Dead Man Ride. A Wild Western Action Adventure. Chapter 1. "We don't have oats," the stable boy said. He was leaning against a post that was mostly termites, chewing on a piece of straw like it was dinner. "We got corn. But it's dusty." Eldridge Sample swung down from the sorrel. The horse blew out a long, rattling breath, shaking the Arizona grit from its mane. It had been a long ride from the Pecos, across the hardpan, and up into the Chinati Range. The sorrel was lean, the fat burned off, leaving only muscle and a bad attitude. "Corn will do," Eldridge said. He unhooked his canteen and poured the last few drops into his hand to wipe the crust from the horse's eyes. "And water. Clean water. Not the green stuff." "Water's 2 bits," the boy said. He didn't move. He was looking at the badge on Eldridge's vest. The Mexican coin star. It was dull, scratched, and looked like something a man might pick up off a dead body. Which it was. "I got 2 bits," Eldridge said. He tossed a quarter. It spun in the air, flashing silver in the dying light. The boy caught it. He bit it. Then he moved, grabbing the sorrel's reins. "You stayin'?" the boy asked. "For the night." "Bucket of Blood is the only place with beds," the boy said, jerking his head toward the street. "Unless you want to sleep in the loft with the rats." "I'll take the saloon." Eldridge grabbed his saddlebags. They were lighter now. The gold from the army fort was gone, left in a safe place, or maybe just spent on silence. He didn't think about it. He thought about a bath. He walked out of the livery into the main street of Oho Seikos. "Dry eyes," Eldridge whispered. The town lived up to the name. It was a collection of gray, weathered boards clinging to the side of a dry wash. The wind came down off the mountains hot and dry, sucking the moisture out of everything it touched. A tumbleweed was stuck against the porch of the barber shop, vibrating in the breeze. There were no people, just shadows stretching out from the buildings as the sun dropped behind the peaks. The Bucket of Blood sat at the end of the street, 2 stories of peeling paint, and a balcony that looked like a good place to fall from. A sign above the door swung on rusted chains, squeaking a rhythm that set Eldridge's teeth on edge. He walked up the steps. The boardwalk was warped, the nails pulling free. He pushed the doors open. The air inside was 10 degrees cooler, but smelled 50 years older. It smelled of stale beer, coal oil, and unwashed men. There were 3 tables occupied. At the first, 2 miners covered in gray dust were drinking from a bottle without using glasses. They looked like statues carved from granite. At the second, a man in a suit that was too shiny for the town was dealing solitaire. He had a Derringer sleeve gun on the table next to his cards. At the bar, a big man with no neck and a stained apron was wiping a rag across wood that would never be clean again. Eldridge walked to the bar. He rested his boot on the rail. "Whiskey," Eldridge said. The bartender looked him over. He saw the tied-down holster. He saw the dust. He saw the badge. "We don't serve the law here," the bartender said. His voice was a low rumble, like rocks rolling downhill. "I'm not the law," Eldridge said. "I'm a customer." "That star says different." "The star says I rode a long way, and I'm thirsty." Eldridge put a silver dollar on the bar. "And it says I pay cash." The bartender looked at the dollar. He picked it up. He poured a glass of amber liquid from a bottle under the counter. "Room," Eldridge said. "With a window." "Upstairs. Number 3. $2. Eldridge paid him. He took the key. It was heavy brass, bent at the shaft. He took the drink. He swallowed it. It tasted like kerosene and burnt sugar. It hit his stomach hot. "You got a bathhouse?" Eldridge asked. "Backyard," the bartender said. "There's a tub." Pumps next to it. Water's cold. Cold is fine. Eldridge took the bottle and the glass. He didn't go upstairs yet. He turned and leaned his back against the bar, scanning the room. The miners hadn't looked up. The gambler was watching him in the reflection of the dusty mirror behind the bar. Quiet town, Eldridge said. Dying town, the gambler said, not turning around. He flipped a card. King of spades. Silver played out 2 years ago. Now we just got wind and ghosts. And you, Eldridge said. I'm waiting for a stage, the gambler said. It's 3 days late. Maybe it isn't coming. It's coming, the gambler said. It has to. Otherwise, I'm walking to El Paso. Eldridge finished the drink. He poured another. You seen any riders? Eldridge asked. Coming from the west. Big herd. Ain't seen a cow in 6 months, the bartender said. Just lizards. Eldridge nodded. He wasn't looking for the herd anymore. He was just checking the back trail. Old habits. He picked up his saddlebags and walked to the stairs. The wood groaned under his weight. Room number 3 was at the end of the hall. The door had a lock that looked like it could be opened with a stiff piece of wire, but it held. Eldridge went in. The room was small. A bed with an iron frame. A washstand with a cracked pitcher. A window that looked out over the street. He put the saddlebags on the floor. He walked to the window. He could see the general store across the way. It was closed, the shutters drawn tight. A sign in the window said Arthur Pym, proprietor. Dry goods and mining supplies. Next to it was the sheriff's office. It was dark. Sleepy, Eldridge said. He watched the street for a minute. Nothing moved. The wind picked up a little, kicking swirls of dust along the ruts. He unbuckled his gun belt. He hung it on the bedpost, the heavy Colt Peacemaker resting against the wood. He sat on the edge of the bed and pulled off his boots. His feet ached. The memory of the walk through the devil's spine was still there, a ghost pain in his heels. He stood up and took off his shirt. He used the water in the pitcher to wash his face and neck. The water was tepid, smelling of sulfur, but it cut the dust. He lay down on the bed. The mattress was straw, lumpy and noisy. He stared at the ceiling. There was a water stain that looked like a map of Mexico. He closed his eyes. He wasn't hunting. He wasn't running. He was just a man in a room in a town that was falling down. He listened to the sounds of the saloon below. The clink of the bottle. The murmur of the miners. The snap of the cards. It was peaceful. Just one night, Eldridge whispered. One night without a gunfight. He drifted. The fatigue took him, pulling him down into a dark, heavy sleep. He didn't dream of Apaches. He didn't dream of Big Red Kilgore. He dreamed of nothing. The sorrel horse down in the stable finished its corn and slept standing up. The gambler downstairs lost his game of solitaire and reshuffled. Oho Seikos closed its eyes. It was the last quiet hour the town would have for a long time. Chapter 2. The sound wasn't a gunshot. Gunshots are flat, hard slaps that echo once and die. This was sharper, a high-pitched shriek of tension letting go all at once. It was the sound of a plate glass window deciding it didn't want to be solid anymore. Eldridge Sample was awake before the first shard hit the boardwalk. He didn't sit up. He didn't gasp. His hand shot out from under the thin blanket and closed around the grip of the Colt hanging on the bedpost. He thumbed the hammer back, the click loud in the small room, and rolled off the mattress. He landed on his feet, crouching low in the dark. The floorboards were cool against his bare soles. He waited. No second sound. No return fire. Just the wind whistling through the eaves of the bucket of blood. Then the scream. It was a woman's scream. It started low, a guttural sound of effort, and climbed into a high, terrified wail that cut through the walls of the hotel like a knife through canvas. Arthur. No. Eldridge moved to the window. He didn't throw the sash up. He stayed to the side, pressing his shoulder against the wall, and used the barrel of the Colt to nudge the curtain back an inch. The street below was a theater stage lit by a half-moon. The general store was directly across the way. The big front window, the one that had displayed sacks of flour and mining picks yesterday, was gone. It was a jagged, gaping mouth. Glass littered the boardwalk, glittering like diamonds in the dirt. The door to the store kicked open. It banged against the outer wall and stayed there, shuddering. Two men came out. They were backing out, dragging something between them. They wore dusters, long coats that flapped in the wind. Their hats were pulled low, brims hiding their faces. They moved with the jerky, frantic energy of men working against a clock. The thing between them was a woman. She was fighting. She wore a white nightgown that was torn at the shoulder, revealing pale skin. Her hair was dark, loose, whipping around her face. She wasn't going quietly. She was kicking, clawing, digging her heels into the wood of the porch. "Let go of me," she screamed. "Let me go." One of the men, the bigger one, had her by the waist. He grunted as she landed a kick on his shin. "Grab her legs, damn it," the big man hissed. The second man, wiry and fast, stooped and caught her ankles. They lifted her. She bucked, twisting in their grip, screaming for Arthur again. Eldridge looked at the street. Two horses were ground-tied by the hitching rail. A bay and a roan. They were dancing, nervous from the noise and the smell of panic. "Get her on the bay," the big man ordered. They hauled her off the porch. Her feet cleared the ground. She swiped at the wiry man's face, her nails raking his cheek. "Bitch," the wiry man yelled. He let go of one leg and backhanded her. The sound of the slap was wet and loud. The woman's head snapped back. She stopped screaming, stunned into silence. She went limp for a second. That was all they needed. They ran her to the bay horse. The big man grabbed the saddle horn and the cantle. He didn't put her in the saddle. He threw her over it, belly down like a sack of stolen grain. She hit the leather hard. The breath rushed out of her. "Tie her," the big man shouted. The wiry man grabbed a piggin string from the saddle. He lashed her wrists to the cinch ring. He moved fast, his hands practiced. Eldridge watched from the window. He tracked the movement. He looked for a weapon. The big man had a pistol on his hip, but he hadn't drawn it. The wiry man had a knife in a sheath. They weren't shooting. They were snatching. Eldridge raised his Colt. He rested his forearm on the window sash. He had a shot. 30 yards. Downhill angle. He could put a round into the big man's shoulder. He could drop the horse. He didn't fire. He wasn't the law. He wasn't a marshal. He was a man in his long johns, in a strange town watching a domestic dispute turn into a felony. If he shot, he bought into the game. If he missed or hit the woman, he bought the funeral. And there was something else. The way they moved. They weren't looking at the saloon. They weren't looking at the sheriff's office down the street. They were focused entirely on the woman and the road. They didn't care about witnesses. They cared about speed. The woman found her voice again. "Arthur," she wailed. It was a sound of pure despair. "Help me." The wiry man finished the knot. He swung up onto the roan horse. The big man mounted the bay, swinging his leg over the woman's back. He settled into the saddle, pinning her legs with his knees. "Ride," the big man yelled. He spurred the bay. The horse leaped forward, its hooves striking sparks from a stone in the street. The wiry man followed, whipping his roan with the ends of his reins. They didn't ride quiet. They rode hard. They galloped down the main street of Oho Seikos, heading west toward the mountains. The sound of the hooves was a thunder that rolled over the sleeping houses. Eldridge watched them go. He watched the dust rise in the moonlight. He watched the woman's white nightgown flutter like a flag of surrender until they disappeared into the dark. Silence rushed back into the street, heavy and embarrassed. Eldridge looked at the sheriff's office. It was still dark. No light. No door opening. He looked at the saloon below him. He could hear the bartender moving, maybe checking the lock, but he didn't come out. The town of Oho Seikos had heard the glass. They had heard the scream, and they had pulled the covers up over their heads. Eldridge lowered the hammer of his Colt. He looked at the general store. The door was still open, swinging slightly in the wind. The broken glass on the porch reflected the moon. Inside, it was black. No movement. No sound. "Arthur," Eldridge whispered. The woman had screamed the name twice. Eldridge stepped back from the window. He walked to the washstand and poured a cup of water. He drank it. He didn't go back to bed. He sat in the chair. He put his boots on. He buckled his gun belt over his trousers. He wasn't going down there. Not yet. It wasn't his store. It wasn't his wife. If Arthur Pym was alive, he'd come out. If he was dead, he'd wait until morning. But Eldridge stayed in the chair. He kept the Colt in his lap. He watched the open door of the store across the street, waiting to see if anything else crawled out of the dark. The wind picked up, blowing dust through the broken window of the store. It sounded like the town was sighing. "Nobody's coming," Eldridge said to the room. He settled in to wait for the sun. Chapter 3. The sun came up over the Chinati Mountains like it had a grudge against the night, burning off the cool shadows before they had a chance to settle. Eldridge Sample finished his coffee. It was cold, the dregs in the bottom of the cup gritty with grounds. He sat in the chair by the window, watching the street below. The town of Ojos Secos was waking up. The blacksmith opened his doors, the hinges screeching. A woman walked out of the bakery with a broom, sweeping dust that would just blow back in 5 minutes later. A dog trotted down the center of the road, sniffing at the pile of horse manure left by the bay and the roan. No one looked at the general store. The store stood like a gap-toothed smile. The broken window was a jagged hole, the glass on the boardwalk glittering in the morning light. The door was still open, swinging slightly on the morning breeze. People walked past it. They stepped into the street to avoid the glass, keeping their eyes straight ahead. They acted like the store wasn't there. They acted like they hadn't heard a woman scream for her husband 6 hours ago. "Civilization," Eldridge said. He stood up. He buckled his gun belt. He didn't rush. The men on the horses were long gone. The dust had settled. Whatever was waiting across the street wasn't going anywhere. He walked out of the room, locking the door with the bent brass key. He went down the stairs. The saloon was empty except for the swamper, an old man with a mop who was pushing last night's mistakes toward the back door. He looked at Eldridge, then looked away. Eldridge pushed through the batwing doors and stepped into the heat. He walked across the street. His boots crunched on the glass. It was a loud sound, a grinding noise that made the woman with the broom stop and look. She saw the badge on his vest. She turned her back and went inside. Eldridge stepped onto the porch of the general store. He stopped at the door. He drew his Colt. He didn't cock it, he just held it loose against his leg. "Pim," Eldridge called out. Silence. He stepped inside. The interior was a wreck. It smelled of spilled vinegar, kerosene, and cinnamon. The floor was an obstacle course of overturned barrels and scattered inventory. A sack of flour had been slit open, dusting the room in white powder like a sudden indoor snowstorm. Cans of peaches were rolling in the aisles. Eldridge walked through the mess. He checked the corners. He checked behind the counter. Nothing. He heard a sound from the back room. A low, wet rasp. Like a bellows with a hole in it. Eldridge moved to the curtain that separated the shop from the living quarters. He used the barrel of the Colt to push the fabric aside. Arthur Pym was there. He was in the center of a small room that served as an office and a parlor. He was tied to a heavy oak chair with baling wire. His hands were lashed behind him, his ankles bound to the chair legs. He looked like raw meat. His face was swollen, one eye shut tight, purple and glistening. His lip was split. Blood had run down his chin, soaking the front of his white shirt, drying into a stiff, dark bib. He was conscious. Barely. His good eye tracked Eldridge as he entered. "Lola," Pym whispered. The word bubbled through the blood in his mouth. Eldridge holstered his gun. He pulled the Bowie knife from the back of his belt. "Hold still," Eldridge said. He knelt behind the chair. The wire was twisted tight, cutting into Pym's wrists. Eldridge worked the blade under the metal, careful not to slice the skin. He twisted the knife, popping the wire. Pym's arms fell to his sides. He didn't try to move them. The circulation coming back was going to hurt worse than the wire. Eldridge cut the ankles free. Pym slumped forward. If Eldridge hadn't caught him by the shoulder, he would have face-planted into the floor. "Easy," Eldridge said. He hauled Pym back up, leaning him against the chair back. "Breathe." Pym took a breath. It rattled. They took her. "I know. 2 men. Dusters. They just came in." Pym started to cry. It wasn't a sob, it was a leak. Tears running through the blood on his cheeks. "I tried to stop them. I had a shotgun." Eldridge looked around the room. He saw the shotgun. It was lying in the corner, the stock broken off at the grip. It looked like it had been used as a club. "They hit you with it," Eldridge said. "The big one." He was fast. Pym looked at the door. "Where is she? Where's Lola?" "Gone," Eldridge said. "West. Into the mountains." Pym tried to stand. His legs shook so bad, the chair rattled against the floorboards. He fell back. "We have to go. We have to get her." "You have to sit," Eldridge said. "You're bleeding." He walked to a water pitcher on a sidebar. It was smashed. He found a bottle of whiskey on the floor, uncorked but mostly full. He brought it over. "Drink," Eldridge said. Pym took the bottle with shaking hands. He spilled as much as he drank, the alcohol stinging his split lip. He coughed. "Why didn't anyone come?" Pym asked. He looked at the window. "I screamed. Lola screamed. The glass, it made so much noise." "They heard you," Eldridge said. "Then why?" "Because glass breaks," Eldridge said. "And men with guns break things. Your neighbors decided glass was cheaper than a funeral." Pym stared at him. The realization hit him harder than the shotgun stock. He looked at the walls of his home like they were made of paper. "I know these people. I sell them flour. I give them credit. Credit doesn't buy courage." Eldridge walked to the corner of the room. There was a heavy iron safe there. The door was standing wide open. He looked inside. Empty. Not just cash. Papers. Ledgers. Everything. They cleaned you out, Eldridge said. Pim didn't look at the safe. The money, it doesn't matter. The store, burn it down. I don't care. Lola. They took Lola. They took her, Eldridge agreed. And they took the money. That makes it professional. Professional? Pim spat blood. They're animals. They dragged her out in her nightgown. She was terrified. Eldridge thought about the woman he'd seen from the window. The kicking. The screaming. The way she'd fought until the big man slapped her. She fought, Eldridge said. She has spirit. She's delicate, Pim said. He looked at a picture frame on the desk. It was face down. He reached for it, his fingers clumsy. He turned it over. It was a tintype. A woman with dark hair and eyes that looked too big for her face. She was smiling, but the smile didn't reach the eyes. I brought her here, Pim whispered. From New Orleans. She hates the dust. She hates the wind. And now she's in it, Eldridge said. He walked back to the main room of the store. He looked at the destruction. It was thorough. They hadn't just grabbed the woman and the cash, they had trashed the place. Why? To send a message? To cover their tracks? Or just because they liked the sound of breaking things? He found a can of peaches that had rolled under the counter. He picked it up. He set it on the wood. Who's the sheriff? Eldridge called back to the office. Miller, Pim said. Sheriff Miller. He sleeps at the jail. He sleeps heavy, Eldridge said. Pim stood up. He used the chair for leverage. He wiped his face with his sleeve, smearing the blood. He looked like a man who had woken up in a nightmare and couldn't find the exit. I'm going to him, Pim said. I'm going to raise a posse. The town, they were scared last night. In the dark. But now, in the light, they'll help. They have to help. Eldridge looked at him. He saw the desperation. He saw the hope that was about to get kicked in the teeth. Put a shirt on, Arthur, Eldridge said. You look like a butcher's apron. Pim looked down at his ruined shirt. He nodded, distractedly. He stumbled into the bedroom. Eldridge waited in the wreck of the store. He looked out the broken window. The town was fully awake now. A wagon rolled past. The driver looked at the store, saw Eldridge standing there, and snapped the reins, hurrying his mules. They aren't going to help, Eldridge said to the glass on the floor. Pim came out. He was wearing a fresh shirt, checkered flannel, buttoned wrong. He had washed his face, but the water just made the bruises stand out darker. He was holding his hat in his hands, wringing the brim. I'm ready, Pim said. Let's go see the law, Eldridge said. They walked out onto the porch. The sun was high enough now to be hot. Pim shielded his eyes, wincing. He looked at the street. He looked at the people who wouldn't look back. He started walking toward the sheriff's office. He walked with a limp, his left leg dragging a little. Eldridge walked beside him. He kept his hands free. He watched the rooftops. He watched the alleys. The bandits were gone, but the feeling they left behind, the feeling of a predator having passed through, was still thick in the air. Pim reached the sheriff's door. He raised his fist to knock. He didn't have to. The door opened. A man stood there. He was heavy, wearing suspenders over a union suit top and trousers that needed a wash. A tin star was pinned to the suspender strap. He had a coffee cup in his hand and sleep in his eyes. Sheriff, Pim said. His voice broke. The sheriff looked at Pim's face. He looked at Eldridge. He looked at the store down the street. He didn't look surprised. He looked tired. Arthur, the sheriff said. You look like hell. They took her, Pim said. They took Lola. And the money. Everything. The sheriff took a sip of coffee. I heard the noise. Glass breaking. You heard it? Pim's voice rose. You heard it, and you didn't come. I'm one man, Arthur. I heard horses. More than one. Sounded like they was in a hurry. They took my wife. Pim screamed. We have to go. We have to get a posse. Right now. The sheriff shook his head. Ain't gonna be no posse, Arthur. What? Look around, the sheriff said, gesturing with his cup at the empty street. You see anybody lining up to get shot? But she's out there. She's gone, the sheriff said. If they took her, she's gone. Chasing 'em, that just gets more people dead. Pim stared at him. The hope in his eyes died, replaced by something cold and hard. Eldridge watched. He saw the moment Arthur Pim realized he was alone. I'm going, Pim whispered. With or without you. You'll die, the sheriff said. He looked at Eldridge. And you getting involved in this? Eldridge looked at the sheriff. He looked at the badge on the suspenders. I'm just walking with him, Eldridge said. Walk him home, the sheriff said. He stepped back and closed the door. The latch clicked. Pim stood on the step. He trembled. He turned to look at the mountains in the west. They took her, Pim said again. He started walking back to the store. He didn't limp this time. He marched. Eldridge followed. He knew what was coming. He knew what a desperate man with an empty safe and a missing wife would do next. He was going to ask for a gun. Or he was going to ask for a partner. Chapter 4. I gave you credit when your crop failed, Silas. I carried you for 6 months. Arthur Pim's voice was raw, tearing at his throat like he had swallowed glass. He stood in the middle of the street, the morning sun beating down on his checkered shirt and his bruised face. He was pointing a shaking finger at the blacksmith. Silas, a man with arms like tree trunks and a leather apron stiff with grease, didn't look at Pim. He looked at his anvil. He picked up a hammer and set it down just to have something to do with his hands. That was business, Arthur, Silas said. His voice was low, rumble deep. This is different. Different. Pim took a step forward. He looked like a scarecrow that had been knocked down and stood back up by the wind. They took my wife. They dragged her out of her own home. You heard her scream, Silas. I know you did. Your shop is right across the street. I slept through it, Silas lied. He looked at the sky. He looked at his boots. He wouldn't meet Pim's eyes. Eldridge Sample leaned against a post on the boardwalk, watching. He had a cigarette unlit in his mouth. He didn't say anything. He was just part of the scenery, like the water trough or the hitching rail. A small crowd had gathered. Not a posse. An audience. There was the baker, wiping flour from his hands. The barber, holding a strop. 2 miners, who looked like they hadn't seen the sun in a week. They stood on the edges of the street, keeping their distance, watching Pim unravel. You, Pim said, turning to the miners. You boys, you carry pistols. You know how to shoot. I can pay. I can give you supplies. Dynamite. Picks. Anything. The miners looked at each other. They looked at the open door of the general store, at the wreckage inside. We got a claim to work, Mr. Pim, one of them said. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. Can't go chasing ghosts in the mountains. Silver don't dig itself. She's not a ghost. Pim screamed. She's a woman. She's Lola. He ran to the baker. The baker took a step back, holding his hands up like Pim was contagious. George, Pim pleaded. You came to our wedding. You ate the cake. You told her she was the prettiest thing in West Texas. She is, Arthur. She is. The baker looked miserable. He looked at his shop door, measuring the distance to safety. But the men who took her, they ain't the kind you go after. They're the kind you hide from. They're just men. Pim yelled. He spun around in a circle, addressing them all. 2 men. On horses. We have 20 men here. We have rifles. We can run them down before they hit the high country. Nobody moved. The silence in the street was heavy, suffocating. It was the silence of men who had already done the math and decided that cowardice was cheaper than a pine box. The door to the sheriff's office opened. Sheriff Miller stepped out. He had put on his hat, but he still looked tired. He held a shotgun in the crook of his arm, not threatening, just holding it like a walking stick. He walked into the street. The crowd parted for him. They looked relieved. They wanted the law to tell them it was okay to do nothing. Go home, Arthur, the sheriff said. I am home. Pim pointed at the store. And my home is empty. I want a posse, Sheriff. I have a right to a posse. You have a right to stay alive, Miller said. He stopped 5 feet from Pim. He looked at the crowd. You folks, you go on back to work. Show's over. It's not over. Pim lunged at the sheriff. He grabbed Miller's suspenders. You swore an oath to protect this town. Miller didn't shove him. He just peeled Pim's hands off, gentle but firm. He held Pim's wrists for a second, looking at the wire cuts. I protect the town, Miller said. That means I don't lead the baker and the blacksmith into a slaughterhouse. Slaughterhouse. Pim laughed. It was a wet, hysterical sound. They're 2 bandits. Thieves. They ain't just thieves, Miller said. His voice dropped, hard and flat. I saw the tracks. I saw the way they cut the wire. I saw the knot they used on the door. He looked at the crowd. He wanted them to hear this. He wanted them to know why they were cowards, so they could sleep at night. It was the Dando Brothers, Miller said. The name hit the street like a bucket of ice water. Silas the blacksmith flinched. The miners took a step back. The baker went pale. Eldridge watched them. He chewed on the end of his match. He knew the name. Everyone west of the Pecos knew the name. Frank and Jesse Dando. They didn't rob banks. They hit isolated ranches and mines. They didn't just kill people. They took them apart. They were known for skinning a deputy in Uvalde alive and leaving him tied to a cactus. Dando. Pim whispered. The fight went out of his legs. He swayed. That's right, Miller said. Frank and Jesse. And probably a few cousins waiting in the hills. They don't take prisoners, Arthur. And they don't negotiate. But Lola. If they have her, Miller said, she's gone. You go after them, you won't find her. You'll find a trap. And I won't let you drag these people into it. Miller looked at the crowd. You boys want to ride against the Dandos. You want to leave your wives widows because Arthur here bought a ticket for a girl from New Orleans. The crowd muttered. They shook their heads. They looked at their boots. No, Silas said. I got kids. I ain't a gunman, the baker said. See. Miller looked back at Pim. It ain't that they don't like you, Arthur. It's just they like breathing. Pim looked at his neighbors. He looked at the people he had sold sugar and coffee to for 5 years. He saw their eyes. There was pity there, sure. But mostly there was relief. They had a name now. A reason to turn away. The Dando Brothers. It was like an act of God. You don't fight a tornado. You just hide in the cellar. Cowards, Pim whispered. Sensible, Miller corrected. Go clean up your store, Arthur. File a claim for the money. Forget the girl. She wasn't from here anyway. That was the knife. The separation. She wasn't from here. She was just a purchase that went bad. Miller turned his back. He walked back to his office. He closed the door. The crowd dispersed. They didn't walk away fast. They drifted, avoiding Pim's eyes. Silas went back to his anvil and started hammering, a loud rhythmic clang that drowned out any protests. The baker went inside and flipped the sign to closed. The miners headed for the saloon. Pim stood alone in the center of the street. The dust swirled around his boots. He looked small, broken. Eldridge pushed himself off the post. He dropped the unlit cigarette. He crushed it with his boot heel. He walked out into the street. Pim didn't look up. He was staring at the ground, at the track of the bay horse that had carried his wife away. They left you, Eldridge said. Pim looked up. His good eye was swimming with tears he refused to shed. They know me. I thought they knew me. They know the Dandos better. She's my wife, Pim said. She sings. In the morning. When she makes coffee. The Dandos don't care about singing. Pim looked at the mountains. The Chinati Range was a jagged blue line in the distance. Somewhere up there, in the rocks in the heat, his wife was tied to a saddle. I can't go alone, Pim said. I can't. I don't know the trail. I don't know how to shoot like that. He looked at Eldridge. He really looked at him for the first time. He saw the gun belt, the leather worn smooth. He saw the way Eldridge stood, balanced easy. He saw the badge on the vest. You, Pim said. I'm just passing through, Eldridge said. You're a ranger. I'm a man with a tired horse. I have gold, Pim said. His voice changed. It lost the whine. It got hard. Real gold. Not dust. Eagles. From before the store opened. I hid it. Under the floor. Eldridge looked at him. You told me the safe was empty. The safe is for the store money, Pim said. The gold, that's mine. My savings. He took a step closer. He grabbed Eldridge's sleeve. Help me, Pim said. Help me get her back. I'll pay you. I'll give it all to you. Eldridge looked at the hand on his arm. He looked at the empty street where the town had turned its back. He looked at the mountains. He thought about the Dandos. He thought about skinning knives. I don't want your money, Arthur, Eldridge said. Then what? What do you want? Eldridge touched the Mexican coin on his chest. It felt cold. I want to know why a man like Dando would bother kidnapping a storekeeper's wife, Eldridge said. It doesn't fit. She's beautiful, Pim said. That's why. Maybe, Eldridge said. Or maybe she's just worth more than the flower. He looked at Pim. The man was desperate. He was going to ride out there and die. He was going to get skinned and left for the buzzards. Show me the gold, Eldridge said. Not because I'm taking it, but because I want to know you're serious. I'm serious, Pim said. I'm going to kill them. You're going to try, Eldridge corrected. Let's go inside. Chapter 5. Move the flour, Pim said. He was on his hands and knees behind the counter, pushing aside a broken crate of axe handles. His face was a map of fresh bruises and old sweat, the checkered shirt sticking to his back. Eldridge Sample stood over him. He didn't move the flour. He watched. "You said you had gold," Eldridge said. "You didn't say we had to dig for it." "It's not deep," Pim grunted. He shoved a sack of layout flour, white dust puffing up to coat his bloody cheek. "It's right here. Where I stand. Where I sell." Pim pulled a small pry bar from under the shelf. He jammed it into the gap between two floorboards. The wood groaned, a dry, splitting sound that seemed too loud in the wrecked store. Pim leaned on the bar. His arms shook. He wasn't a strong man, and the beating had taken the starch out of him, but he had the frantic energy of a man who sees his house burning down. The board popped up. Pim tossed the pry bar aside. He reached into the dark hole between the joists. He fumbled around, his arm disappearing up to the elbow. "It's here," Pim whispered. "It has to be." He pulled his hand out. He was holding a canvas sack, heavy and stained with mildew. It clinked. A solid, metallic sound that didn't echo. Pim sat back on his heels. He cradled the sack like it was a child. He looked up at Eldridge. "Open it," Eldridge said. Pim undid the drawstring. He tipped the sack. Gold coins spilled out onto the dusty floorboards. Not a fortune, but a life savings. Liberty Head eagles. $10 pieces. 20 of them. Maybe 30. They caught the shaft of sunlight, coming through the broken window, glowing with a dull, heavy luster that made the spilled vinegar and smashed peaches around them look even cheaper. $300, Pim said. Maybe $350. I stopped counting when the store started making money. He picked up a coin. He held it out. His hand was trembling. "It's yours," Pim said. Eldridge looked at the coin. He looked at the pile on the floor. "Put it away, Arthur. It's not enough." Pim's voice rose, cracking. I can sign over the store. I own the deed. The land isn't worth much, but the inventory, the building. I didn't say it wasn't enough." "Then take it." Pim shoved the coin toward Eldridge's boot. "Take it and ride. Go get her. You saw them. You saw the tracks. You can catch them before they hit the pass." Eldridge leaned against the counter. He crossed his arms. The Mexican coin star on his vest scraped against the wood. "I'm not a bounty hunter," Eldridge said. "You're a man with a gun," Pim said. He looked at Eldridge's holster. The leather was worn smooth, the tie-down thong knotted tight. He looked at the Winchester, leaning against the wall. "You know how to use them. I saw your eyes outside. When the sheriff walked away. You weren't scared. You were measuring." "Measuring distance," Eldridge said. "The Dandos have a 6-hour lead. They have fresh horses. They have a hostage. They have my wife. And you have a store to clean up." Pim scrambled to his feet. He kicked the gold. Coins skittered across the floor, rolling under the shelves. "To hell with the store," Pim screamed. "Don't you get it? They took Lola. She's delicate. She's from the city. She doesn't know about this, about men like that. They'll kill her. Or worse." He grabbed Eldridge's coat. He bunched the fabric in his fists, pulling him close. Pim smelled of fear and dried blood. "You have to go," Pim pleaded. "You're the only one. The sheriff is a coward. The town is dead. You're a ranger." Eldridge looked down at Pim's hands. "I was a marshal," Eldridge said. "Once. Now, I'm just a man riding west." "Then ride west for me." Ride for her. Pim let go. He stepped back, breathless. He pointed at the badge. What is that for? If you don't help, what is that star for? Just a decoration. Just to make people clear the way when you walk into a saloon. Eldridge looked at the badge. He remembered Boone dying in the dirt of the mission. He remembered J.D. bleeding out against the water tank. He remembered the promise. Just put him down. The badge wasn't a license. It was a debt. It's not for hire, Eldridge said. Everything is for hire, Pim said bitterly. That's what America is. You buy a ticket. You buy a plow. You buy a life. Is that what you did? Bought a life? I worked for it. Pim shouted. I built this place. I sent for her. I paid her passage. I gave her a home. And now she's gone. Yes. Eldridge watched him. Pim wasn't grieving like a husband. He was grieving like an owner. He was angry that his property had been stolen. But underneath the anger, there was something else. A terrified, pathetic loneliness. The fear of going back to being the man who lived alone in the back of a dry goods store. Eldridge looked at the gold on the floor. Pick it up, Eldridge said. What? Pick it up. Put it back in the sack. Pim stared at him. Then he dropped to his knees. He started gathering the coins, his movements jerky and fast. He scooped them up, dirt and all, and stuffed them into the canvas bag. He stood up, holding the sack out. Here, Pim said. Keep it, Eldridge said. Pim blinked. You won't take it. I don't want your money, Arthur. Money makes things complicated. If I take your gold, I work for you. And I don't think I like you enough to work for you. Then you won't go. I didn't say that. Eldridge walked to the door. He looked out at the street. The town was still pretending nothing had happened. The blacksmith was hammering. The baker was baking. The sheriff was probably drinking coffee and telling himself he'd saved lives today. The Dandos, Eldridge said. Frank and Jesse. They're bad business. They skin people. I know, Pim whispered. They came into this town. They broke your window. They took a woman. And nobody did a damn thing. Eldridge turned back to Pim. That bothers me, Eldridge said. It bothers me that a man like Dando thinks he can ride wherever he wants and take whatever he wants. It bothers me that the law is hiding in an office. He tapped the badge on his chest. This isn't for sale, Eldridge said. But it's got a job to do. Sometimes the job finds you. Pim looked at him, confused. You'll do it. For free. I'll do it for the badge, Eldridge said. And I'll do it because I'm going that way. But we do it my way. Your way. I track them. I find them. If Lola is alive, I bring her back. If she's dead, I bring them back. Draped over a saddle. She's not dead, Pim said quickly. She can't be. Be ready for it. She's alive. She has to be. Pim clutched the money sack. When do you leave? Now, Eldridge said. My horse is grained and watered. The trail is getting cold. I'm coming with you. Eldridge looked at him. Pim was a shopkeeper. He had soft hands and a split lip. He was shaking from the adrenaline crash. No, Eldridge said. You stay here. Fix your window. Count your gold. She's my wife, Pim said. His voice hardened. It wasn't the whine anymore. It was stubbornness. I'm not staying here. I'm not sitting in this wreck waiting for you to come back with a body. I'm coming. You'll slow me down. I can ride. I have a mule. A good one. You'll get killed. Then I get killed, Pim said. Better than being the man who stayed behind. The sheriff, the town, they already think I'm a coward. If I stay, I prove them right. Eldridge studied him. He saw the pride. It was a thin, brittle thing, but it was holding Pim upright. You got a gun? Eldridge asked. I have a pistol. A Schofield. Under the mattress. Can you shoot it? I can hit a can at 20 paces. Dando isn't a can, Eldridge said. And he shoots back. I'm coming, Pim repeated. He walked past Eldridge, heading for the bedroom. He tossed the money sack onto the counter. It landed with a thud. I don't care about the gold. Take it. Leave it. Burn it. I'm getting my boots. Eldridge watched him go. He looked at the gold on the counter. He looked at the broken glass in the street. Taking Pim was a mistake. A liability. A man like that in a gunfight was just another way to die. But Eldridge knew about debts. He knew about the need to stand up when everyone else was sitting down. Pim was trying to stand up. All right, Eldridge said to the empty room. But you pack your own mule. He walked out onto the porch. He checked the sun. It was noon. The Dandos were deep in the hills by now. He adjusted his hat. He checked the load in his colt. He waited for the shopkeeper to put on his spurs. Chapter 6. That cinch is too loose, Eldridge Sample said. He was leaning against the corral fence behind the store, smoking a cigarette he'd rolled while watching Arthur Pym fight a mule. The mule was a big, slate-gray jenny with ears that swiveled like radar dishes, and a look in her eye that said she knew exactly what a shopkeeper was worth. She had sucked in a lungful of air the moment Pym threw the saddle on, expanding her barrel so the girth wouldn't tighten. Pym was sweating. His checkered shirt was already dark under the arms. He hauled on the latigo strap, grunting, his boots slipping in the dust. She won't. Breathe out, Pym gasped. She's playing you, Eldridge said. Knee her. What? Knee her in the gut. Let the air out. Pym looked at the mule. He looked at his own knee. He looked like he was considering riding the mule, a strongly worded letter instead. Do it, Eldridge said. Or you'll be riding a saddle that slides under her belly the first time you hit a slope. Pym dropped the strap. He stepped in. He raised his knee and drove it into the mule's ribs. It wasn't a hard blow. Pym didn't have the weight, but it was surprising. The mule let out a whoosh of air, stomping a hoof in protest. Pym hauled on the strap. He got it tight. He tied the knot, his fingers fumbling but getting it done. He stepped back, wiping his forehead with a sleeve that was already stained with dust and blood. There, Pym said. Done. Not yet, Eldridge said. He walked over to the pile of gear Pym had staged by the back door. It looked like an inventory reduction sale. There was a canvas tent, big enough for a circus. A cast iron skillet. 3 wool blankets. A sack of flour. A coffee grinder. A pair of silver spurs that looked like they'd never seen a boot heel. Eldridge nudged the coffee grinder with his toe. You planning on opening a cafe in the mountains? We need supplies, Pym said defensively. We don't know how long we'll be out. We'll be out until we find them, or we die, Eldridge said. Either way, we don't need fresh ground coffee. He bent down. He picked up the skillet. He tossed it toward the store door. It clattered on the wood. He picked up the tent. No. He threw it. He picked up 2 of the blankets. 1 is enough. You get cold, build a fire. But Weight kills, Arthur. It kills the mule. It slows us down. The Dandos are riding light. If we want to catch them, we ride light. Eldridge sorted through the pile. He kept a sack of beans, a tin of coffee, a small pot, and a bag of jerky. He kept the ammunition, 2 boxes of .45 cartridges. He kept the canteen. That's it, Eldridge said. Pack it in the saddlebags. Leave the rest. Pim looked at his pile of comforts. He looked at the mule. He didn't argue. He started stuffing the meager supplies into the leather bags. The gun, Eldridge said. Pim stopped. He reached under his shirt, into the waistband of his trousers. He pulled out the pistol he'd mentioned. It was a Schofield .45, a top-break revolver. It was a good gun, expensive, with blued steel that hadn't seen a holster in years. Pim held it like it was a venomous snake he was trying to move to a different cage. His finger was inside the trigger guard. Don't point it at the mule, Eldridge said. She's the only one of us who knows the way home. Pim adjusted his grip. He pointed the barrel at the ground. It's loaded. 6 rounds. Load 5, Eldridge said. Hammer on an empty chamber. Unless you want to shoot your own leg off when the mule stumbles. Pim broke the action open. He dumped the cartridges into his hand. He counted them back in, leaving 1 slot empty. He snapped the gun shut. The sound was solid, mechanical. You got a holster? Eldridge asked. No. I just keep it in the drawer. Stick it in your belt, Eldridge said. Left side, butt forward. Cross draw. It'll keep it from falling out when you ride. Pim did it. The gun looked huge against his waist, pulling his trousers down on one side. He adjusted his suspenders. He stood there, a storekeeper in a checkered shirt with a gun in his pants and a bruised face. He looked ridiculous. He looked like a victim waiting for the punchline. But he wasn't quitting. We ready? Pim asked. Almost. Eldridge walked to his own horse, the sorrel. The animal was rested, its coat brushed clean of the Arizona mud. He checked his cinch. He checked his Winchester. He turned back to Pim. Arthur, Eldridge said. Listen to me. Pim looked up. He was trying to be brave, holding his chin up, but his hands were shaking. We're going into the Chinades, Eldridge said. It's bad ground. Rock. Cactus. No water. The sun will try to kill you. The rattlesnakes will try to kill you. And the men we're chasing, they will kill you. I know, Pim said. You don't know, Eldridge said. You think this is a story. You think we ride out, we fight the bad guys, you get the girl, we ride home. It doesn't work like that. I don't think it's a story. If we catch them, Eldridge said, it's going to be ugly. They won't surrender. They'll shoot. And they'll aim for you because you look soft. If you get hit, if you get gut shot, there's no doctor. No morphine. Just me and a knife to dig the lead out. Pim went pale. He swallowed hard. And if you freeze, Eldridge continued, his voice flat, if you hesitate when the shooting starts, you're dead. And I might be dead because I was waiting for you. I won't freeze. Everybody freezes the first time. The trick is thawing out before the second bullet hits you. Eldridge stepped closer. He looked Pim in the eye. I'm not your friend, Arthur. I'm not your bodyguard. I'm going after Dando. If you fall behind, I leave you. If you get hurt and can't ride, I leave you. If you get us into a trap, I might just shoot you myself to save time. It was harsh. It was cruel. It was the truth. Pim stared at him. He didn't blink. The fear was there, swimming in his eyes, but underneath it was that stubborn, proprietary anger. The anger of a man who had been robbed. "She's my wife," Pim said. He said it like a vow. "I paid for her ticket." Eldridge nodded. It wasn't courage, exactly. It was obsession. But out here, obsession burned just as hot as fuel. "Get on the mule," Eldridge said. Pim walked to the jenny. He put his foot in the stirrup. The mule shifted, trying to bite him. Pim shoved her head away. He hauled himself up. He landed hard in the saddle, bouncing once. He gathered the reins. He looked uncomfortable, unbalanced, but he was up. Eldridge mounted the sorrel. He settled his hat. They rode out of the corral, into the alley, and then into the main street of Oho Seikos. It was noon. The sun was straight up, hammering the dust. The town stopped. The blacksmith paused with his hammer in the air. The baker came out onto his porch, wiping flour from his hands. The sheriff, Miller, stood in the doorway of his office, a mug of coffee in his hand. They watched. They saw the drifter on the sorrel horse, the badge dull on his chest. They saw the shopkeeper on the mule, his face beaten, a gun shoved in his pants. Nobody waved. Nobody wished them luck. They just watched with the dull, bovine curiosity of cattle watching a wolf trot by. They were relieved it wasn't them. They were already writing Pim's epitaph in their heads. "Here lies Arthur Pim. He sold good flour, but he died for a bad woman." Pim looked at them. He sat up straighter in the saddle. He didn't look ashamed anymore. He looked contemptuous. He looked at the sheriff and spat on the ground. "Let's ride," Pim said. Eldridge touched his spurs to the sorrel. They walked the horses down the street, past the silent buildings, past the broken glass of the general store. They reached the edge of town where the road turned into a trail, and the trail turned into scrub. The desert opened up in front of them. Vast. Empty. Shimmering with heat. The mountains were a purple wall in the distance, hiding the bandits and the woman. Eldridge took the lead. He picked up the tracks of the bay and the roan. They were deep, clear cuts in the hardpan, heading straight west. He didn't look back at Oho Seikos. Pim did. He turned in the saddle, the mule protesting the shift in weight. He looked at his store. He looked at the life he had built. Then he turned forward. He kicked the mule. "I'm coming, Lola," Pim whispered. They rode into the heat, leaving the town and the safety behind, two men chasing a dust cloud that had settled hours ago. Chapter 7. "She hates this," Pim said. He wasn't talking to Eldridge. He was talking to the mule's ears, or maybe to the heat shimmering off the hardpan. He shifted in the saddle, wincing, as the leather rubbed against a bruise he hadn't discovered yet. Eldridge Sample didn't answer. He kept the sorrel, moving at a steady, ground-eating trot. He watched the tracks. The trail of the bay and the roan was a straight line cut into the earth. The bandits weren't hiding. They were running. They had a prize, and they wanted to get it to the high ground before anyone noticed it was missing. "The dust," Pim said louder this time. "Lola hates it. She says it gets in her hair. Says it makes her skin feel like sandpaper." "It does," Eldridge said. "She uses rosewater," Pim said. "I order it special from St. Louis. Costs $1 a bottle. She puts it on her handkerchief." Eldridge looked at Pim. The shopkeeper was sunburned, his face streaked with sweat that was turning the dust into mud. He looked like a man who had fallen off a wagon and just kept rolling. "You think they let her wash?" Pim asked. His voice cracked. "I think they're riding," Eldridge said. "They don't stop for washing." "Animals." Pim spat. It was a dry, pathetic sound. They're animals. They rode for another hour. The terrain began to change, the flat scrub giving way to rolling hills of broken rock and catclaw. The Chinati Mountains were getting closer, looming purple and jagged against the sky. Eldridge pulled up in the shade of a limestone outcrop. The horses and the mule needed to blow. 5 minutes, Eldridge said. He swung down. He checked the sorrel's hooves. The iron was holding. Pim practically fell off the mule. He landed on his feet, stumbled, and grabbed the stirrup leather to stay upright. He groaned. "My legs," Pim whispered. They don't want to close." "Walk it off," Eldridge said. "Circulation helps." Pim hobbled in a small circle. He looked at the empty desert. He looked at the tracks leading west. He reached into his shirt pocket. He pulled out the tintype he had looked at in the store. He wiped the dust from the glass with his thumb. "Look at her," Pim said. He held the picture out. Eldridge took it. The metal plate was warm from Pim's body heat. The image was sharp, a professional studio portrait. The woman was sitting on a velvet chair, her hands folded in her lap. She wore a dress with lace at the throat and a bustle that would have taken up half the aisle in Pim's store. Her hair was dark, piled high on her head in ringlets. She was beautiful. Not just pretty for West Texas, but objectively, stunningly beautiful. High cheekbones, a mouth that looked like it knew a joke she wasn't telling, and eyes that were large and dark. But it was the eyes that held Eldridge. They weren't soft. They were calculating. Even in the static image, she looked like she was appraising the camera, deciding what it was worth. "Too much woman for Oho Seikos," Eldridge said. He handed the picture back. She stands out," Pim said, taking the tintype and gazing at it. "Like a flower in a coal bin. When she walks down the street, the miners stop drinking. The sheriff takes his hat off." "Where'd you find her?" "New Orleans," Pim said. "I put an advertisement in the Picayune. Established merchant, seeks wife of good character. Must be willing to travel." And she answered. "She sent a letter," Pim said. "Handwriting like lace. Said she was a widow. Said her husband died of the yellow fever and left her with nothing but her virtue." Pim smiled, a bruised, painful expression. "She said she wanted a quiet life. A strong man." "So you sent a ticket?" "I sent money," Pim corrected. "For the train. For clothes. I wanted her to arrive proper. I didn't want her showing up in rags." "How much?" Pim looked at him. "What? How much money?" $200, Pim said. "It was an investment." Eldridge looked at the man. He looked at the checkered shirt, the soft hands, the gun shoved into the waistband. He looked at the mule. "You bought her," Eldridge said. "I paid for her passage." Pim snapped. He tucked the picture back into his pocket, buttoning the flap. "That's not buying. That's providing. She had nothing. I gave her a home. I gave her a store. I gave her anything she pointed at. And she was happy." Pim hesitated. He looked at the horizon. She was adjusting. "It's hard here. The wind. The quiet." She missed the city. She missed the music. "So she screamed when they took her." "Of course she screamed." Pim's face flushed red. "They dragged her out. They put their hands on her." "I saw it," Eldridge said. "But I'm asking about before. Did she scream before the glass broke?" I was asleep," Pim said. "I woke up to the crash. I ran out. They hit me." $200, Eldridge said. "Plus the gold under the floor. Plus the store inventory. You're a man who likes to own things, Arthur." A man has a right to what he pays for, Pim said. His voice was hard, brittle. She's my wife. Legal. Signed the book in front of the preacher. Those men, Dando, they stole from me. It's no different than if they took a horse. A horse doesn't scream your name, Eldridge said. She called for me, Pim said. She knew I would come. She knows I take care of what's mine. Eldridge uncorked his canteen. He took a sip. He looked at the tracks again. The bay horse, the one carrying Dando and the woman, was digging in deeper than the roan. Double weight. But there was something else. He walked to a patch of sand where the horses had slowed to cross a wash. He crouched. He saw the print of the bay's hoof. And next to it, something small. A handkerchief. Lace-edged. Stamped into the dirt by a hoof. Eldridge picked it up. It was white, or it had been. Now it was gray. He smelled it. Rose water. She dropped this, Eldridge said. Pim scrambled over. He grabbed the handkerchief. He pressed it to his face, inhaling deep. Lola, he whispered. She left a sign. She knew I'd find it. Or she dropped it fighting, Eldridge said. No. It's a sign. Pim stuffed the cloth into his pocket with the picture. She's waiting for me. She knows I'm coming. Let's not keep her waiting, Eldridge said. He walked back to the sorrel. He swung up. Pim struggled with the mule. He had to hop twice to get his foot in the stirrup. He landed hard, grunting. We catch them today? Pim asked. Not today, Eldridge said. They're pushing hard. They'll make the foothills by dark. They'll camp high. Then we ride all night. We ride until we lose the light, Eldridge said. Then we stop. Horses break legs in the dark. And I don't want to walk home. He turned the sorrel west. Pim followed. He rode with his hand on his pocket, touching the picture and the handkerchief. He wasn't looking at the trail. He was looking at the movie in his head. The one where he rides in, saves the girl, and brings his property back to the shelf where it belongs. Eldridge watched the ground. He thought about the woman in the picture. The calculating eyes. The widow from New Orleans who wanted a quiet life in a dying mining town. It didn't fit. A woman like that didn't marry Arthur Pym for the conversation. She didn't marry him for the view. She married him for the investment. And now she was gone. Taken by men who skinned deputies. $200, Eldridge whispered to the sorrel. That's a cheap ticket for a lot of trouble. He kicked the horse into a trot. The trail was getting steeper, the rocks sharper. The easy part was over. Now they were climbing into the Dando country. Chapter 8. The way station sat in a fold of the hills, like a loose tooth in a gum line. It was a gray clapboard shack with a lean-to for a barn and a corral that leaned south. Eldridge Sample pulled the sorrel up. The horse blew out, grateful for the stop, but its ears were pinned back. Why are we stopping? Pim asked. He kicked the mule, trying to pull alongside. The tracks go right past. The tracks go in, Eldridge said. He pointed. The deep grooves of the bay and the roan turned off the main trail, cutting through a patch of Devil's Claw, heading straight for the station porch. They needed water, Pim said. Fresh horses. There's a remuda here for the stage line. There was, Eldridge said. He looked at the corral. The gate was open, swinging on a leather hinge. The pen was empty. No horses. No mules. Just dust and manure. It's quiet, Eldridge said. It's a way station, Pim said, wiping sweat from his eyes with his sleeve. It's supposed to be quiet. The station master, old man named Gable, He probably asleep. At 4 in the afternoon. Eldridge drew his Colt. He rested it on his thigh. Stay here, Arthur. Watch the ridge. I'm coming with you. You're staying here, Eldridge said. If they're still inside, you're a target. If they're gone, you don't want to see it first. Pim looked at the shack. He looked at the open door. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his skinny neck. He pulled the Schofield from his belt, holding it like a hammer. I'll watch, Pim whispered. Eldridge nudged the sorrel forward. He rode slow, letting the horse pick its way through the trash in the yard. He saw a chicken. It was pecking at something in the dirt near the porch steps. A dark stain. Eldridge dismounted. He tied the sorrel to the rail. He walked up the steps. The wood creaked. He stepped inside. The station smelled of coffee that had boiled dry, and gunpowder that was stale but still hanging in the rafters. Gable was at the table. He was sitting in a ladder-back chair, his head resting on his arms like he was taking a nap after a heavy meal. A plate of beans, half-eaten, was in front of him. A tin cup was knocked over, a puddle of coffee drying on the oilcloth. Eldridge walked around the table. Gable had been shot in the back of the head. Close range. The exit wound had made a mess of the bean plate. Didn't even hear them, Eldridge said. He touched the coffee pot on the stove. Cold. 6 hours, he estimated. Maybe 8. He looked around the room. It wasn't a robbery. It was a tantrum. The shelves had been cleared. Canned goods were scattered on the floor, some of them unopened, some of them smashed against the wall just to see the juice run. A sack of sugar had been cut open, the white granules covering the floor like sand. A mirror on the wall was shattered. A calendar was ripped down. Eldridge walked to the back door. He looked out at the lean-to. 2 horses lay dead in the shade. The bay and the roan. They had been ridden into the ground, their flanks sunken, their coats matted with dried sweat. They had been shot between the eyes. Trade in, Eldridge said. He walked back through the station. He stepped out onto the porch. Pim was waiting, the mule dancing under him. Is Gable? He's dead, Eldridge said. Eating his lunch. Pim's face went gray. And Lola? Is she? No sign of her inside. Thank God. Don't thank him yet, Eldridge said. Get down. Bring the mule. Pim dismounted. He led the mule to the rail. He wouldn't look at the door. He wouldn't look at the dark stain the chicken was interested in. They took the remuda, Eldridge said. Fresh mounts. Probably 4 or 5 horses in that corral. They took the best and scattered the rest. They're moving fast, Pim said. They were moving fast. Then they stopped here. Eldridge pointed to the porch. Look. There were 3 chairs on the porch. 1 was overturned. 2 were pulled up to the rail, facing the mountains. Empty whiskey bottles lay by the chairs. 3 of them. And a pile of apple cores. They sat, Eldridge said. They drank. They ate apples. While Gable was dead, inside. While the blood was still wet. Eldridge picked up a bottle. They weren't in a hurry anymore, Arthur. They took their time. They swapped saddles. They shot their old horses. They wrecked the place. Why? Pim asked. Why wreck it? If they wanted the horses, just take them. Because they could, Eldridge said. The Dandos, they like leaving a mark. They want people to know who passed through. He walked to the rail. He looked at the ground where the fresh horses had been tied. He saw boot prints. Heavy square-toed boots. Dando. And another set, smaller, narrower. the wiry man. And he saw a third set. Small, high-heeled, pointed toes. The woman. She hadn't been dragged. There were no drag marks. No scuffing of heels being pulled against the will. The prince walked from the bay horse to the porch. They walked up the steps. Eldridge followed them with his eyes. They went to one of the chairs, the one facing the view. There were apple seeds on the floorboards next to that chair. She sat, Eldridge said. She was tired, Pym said, his voice tight. She was exhausted. They probably forced her to sit. Maybe. Eldridge looked at the railing in front of the chair. There was a knife cut in the wood. Deep. Someone had been whittling. And next to the cut, there was a circle. A wet ring where a glass or a bottle had rested. He leaned down. He sniffed the wood. Rose water. Not whiskey. Rose water. She had set her handkerchief there. Or a bottle. She sat here, Eldridge said. She ate an apple. She watched them wreck the place. Pym walked up the steps. He stood by the chair. He put his hand on the back of it, like he could feel her warmth. She was terrified, Pym said. She was freezing. Trying to stay calm. Trying not to make them angry. She walked to the chair, Arthur. On her own. They untied her. Pym snapped. To let her eat. They aren't going to starve there. They're hostage. Eldridge looked at the dead horses in the yard. He looked at the shattered window. He looked at Pym. They shot the station master in the back of the head, Eldridge said. They shot their own horses. But they untied her and gave her an apple? She's valuable. Pym yelled. To me. They know that. They're keeping her alive for the ransom. We haven't seen a ransom note. It's coming. They'll leave it. Or they'll send it to the store. Eldridge didn't argue. He walked past Pym into the yard. He checked the tracks leaving the station. Fresh horses. 4 of them. 2 riders, 1 pack horse, and 1 riderless horse being led. No. 3 riders. 1 pack horse. The woman was riding her own mount now. She wasn't tied across a saddle. She wasn't riding double. She's riding, Eldridge called out. Pym came to the rail. What? 3 horses with weight. 1 light. She's in a saddle. Good, Pym said. That's good. She's a good rider. She told me. She rode in the park in New Orleans. She's riding astride, Eldridge said, looking at the stirrup marks in the dust where she mounted. Not side saddle. She's adapting, Pym said. She's strong. Eldridge looked at the tracks heading up into the foothills. They were leisurely. Side by side. Not a file of men running from the law. A group riding together. Let's go, Eldridge said. He mounted the sorrel. Pym scrambled onto the mule. He looked at the station house one last time. He looked at the dead man inside. We should bury him, Pym said. Buzzards need to eat too, Eldridge said. And we're burning daylight. He turned the sorrel west. He didn't tell Pym about the 3rd set of tracks near the apple cores. He didn't tell him that the boot prints near the dead horses showed that someone had stood there and watched them die. Someone with small feet. He kept that to himself. Pym wasn't ready for the arithmetic yet. He was still adding up the love. They're climbing, Eldridge said. Heading for the mines. Latumba, Pym said. The tomb. There's nothing up there but holes in the ground. Good place to hide, Eldridge said. Or a good place to stop running. He kicked the horse into a trot. The trail was getting colder, but the story was getting clearer. and Eldridge didn't like the ending. Chapter 9. The mule groaned. It was a low, bubbling protest that vibrated through the saddle leather and into Arthur Pym's spine. "She's quitting," Pym said. He wiped a mixture of dust and sweat from his eyes with a sleeve that was already stiff with grime. "She's just going to stop." "She's a mule," Eldridge Sample said without looking back. "She'll complain until the sun goes down, but she won't stop. She's too mean to die." Eldridge kept the sorrel moving at a steady walk. The terrain had shifted from the flat hardpan of the basin to the broken, rising ground of the foothills. The trail wound through a labyrinth of catclaw acacia and ocotillo, the long, spiny stalks reaching up like skeletal fingers trying to scratch the sky. The heat was different here. In the open, it was a hammer. In the brush, it was a blanket, heavy and still, trapping the smell of sage and horse sweat. Eldridge watched the ground. The tracks were easy. Too easy. The Dando gang wasn't hiding. They were riding four abreast where the trail allowed, single file where it didn't. They were moving at a pace that said they weren't worried about the sheriff, the town, or a shopkeeper on a mule. They stopped again, Eldridge said. He pulled up. Ahead, a shallow depression in the rock held a pool of rainwater, shaded by an overhang of limestone. It was a natural tank, the kind known only to coyotes and men who rode on the wrong side of the law. "Water?" Pym asked, kicking the mule to catch up. "Thank God." "Don't drink it," Eldridge said. "Unless you like the taste of horse." The pool was muddy, churned up by hooves. The water was receding, the damp ring of mud around the edge already baking dry in the sun. Eldridge dismounted. He dropped the reins. The sorrel stood ground-tied, head low, sniffing the air but smart enough not to drink the sludge. Pym slid off the mule. He landed hard, his knees buckling. He grabbed the saddle horn to keep from sitting in the dirt. "My legs," Pym whispered. "They feel like wood." "Walk it off," Eldridge said. "Look at the ground." Pym hobbled a few steps. He looked at the mess of prints around the water hole. "Tracks. Lots of them." "Look closer." Eldridge crouched by the edge of the mud. He pointed. There were the heavy, square-toed prints of the big man, Dando. There were the narrower prints of the wiry man. And there were the boots of a third man, the one who had joined them, probably at the way station or on the trail. And there were the woman's prints. Small, pointed toe. A distinct, sharp heel that cut deep into the soft earth. "Lola," Pym said. He sounded like he was praying. "She was here." "She was," Eldridge said. "She got down. She drank." He traced the line of the small footprints with his finger. "Follow them," Eldridge said. Pym squinted. "They go to the water. And then they go over there." Pym pointed to a large, flat rock in the shade of the overhang, about 10 feet from the water. "She walked to the rock," Eldridge said. She sat down. He walked over to the rock. He looked at the dust on the surface. It was disturbed, smoothed out where skirts had been arranged. "She rested," Pym said. "They let her rest. That proves she's valuable to them. Look at the space between the prints, Arthur." Pym looked. He didn't see it. He saw dirt. He saw hope. "It's a stride," Pym said. "Walking." "It's an even stride," Eldridge said. He stood up and demonstrated walking next to the prints. Heel to toe. Balance centered. No drag marks. No scuffing on the sides. "So, if you're being dragged," Eldridge said, "your toes drag. If you're being pushed, you stumble. If your hands are tied tight and you're exhausted, you shuffle." He pointed at the prints again. "She lifted her feet," Eldridge said. "She stepped over that root." She walked around that cactus. She walked from the horse to the water, and from the water to the shade. Pim stared at the ground. His face flushed, the sunburn deepening. She's keeping her strength up, Pim said tightly. She's smart. She knows if she fights every step, she'll get weak. She's saving it. For the escape. Maybe. Eldridge walked back to the water's edge. He found a spot where the men had stood. There were 3 sets of boot prints clustered together. Cigarette butts stamped out in the mud. They had stood there, smoking, talking. The woman's prints were 10 feet away. They didn't guard her, Eldridge said. 3 men standing here, backs turned, smoking. She's sitting on a rock, 10 feet away. She didn't run. Where would she run to? Pim swept his arm at the endless thorny scrub. It's wilderness. She's a city woman. She'd die in an hour. She could have grabbed a rock, Eldridge said. She could have tried for a horse. She could have screamed. Who would hear her? Pim's voice rose, cracking. The buzzards? Me? I was 20 miles back. She didn't know that. Eldridge moved to the rock where she had sat. He looked at the ground around it. He saw something half buried in the sand. He picked it up. It was a hairpin. Not a cheap iron pin, but a piece of tortoiseshell, polished and curved. Hers? Eldridge asked, holding it out. Pim snatched it. He rubbed the dust off it with his thumb. Yes. I bought her a set. In El Paso. On the way in. She took her hair down, Eldridge said. Or she fixed it. She fixed it, Pim said. She likes to be neat. Even when. He stopped. He looked at the hairpin. It's defiance. That's what it is. She's not letting them see her fall apart. She's fixing her hair to show them she's not broken. Eldridge looked at the shopkeeper. He admired the man's ability to build a castle out of dry sand. Pim had an answer for everything, because the alternative, the silence, the walking footprints, the ungraded rest, was a weight he couldn't carry. She walked to the water, Eldridge said again. On her own. Because she had to. Pim yelled. The mule pinned its ears at the noise. Stop it. Stop trying to pick at it. She's my wife. They took her. That's the only thing that matters. Eldridge looked at the footprints one last time. They were small, neat, and deliberate. They were the prints of a woman who knew exactly where she was going. He looked at the men's prints. They were casual. Relaxed. It's not a kidnapping, Arthur, Eldridge said softly. Not anymore. It's a travel party. You're wrong. Pim shoved the hairpin into his pocket, next to the tintype and the rosewater handkerchief. He turned his back on Eldridge. He walked to the mule. He grabbed the saddle horn. He couldn't get his foot up. He tried twice, his boot slipping off the iron. Help me, Pim snarled. Eldridge walked over. He laced his fingers together. Step. Pim stepped into Eldridge's hands. Eldridge heaved him up. Pim landed in the saddle with a grunt. He gathered the reins, his hands shaking with rage and exhaustion. We ride, Pim said. We ride until we find them. And when we find them, you'll see. You'll see her face. You'll see how scared she is. I hope so, Eldridge said. What? I hope she's scared, Eldridge said. Because if she isn't, you rode a long way for nothing. Eldridge mounted the sorrel. He looked at the tracks, leaving the water hole. They headed up, into a narrow canyon that cut into the mountain flank. The grade was steep. They're climbing, Eldridge said. Heading for the high lonesome. He turned the sorrel. He didn't mention the other thing he'd seen in the mud. The place where the woman's prints and the big man's prints came together near the horses. They stood toe-to-toe, close. There were no scuff marks of a struggle. Just two people standing close enough to whisper. Eldridge kept that to himself. Pym had enough ghosts to fight right now. "Let's go," Eldridge said. They rode out of the depression, leaving the drying mud and the silent testimony of the footprints behind. The sun dropped lower, casting the riders' shadows long and thin against the rocks, stretching them out until they looked like giants chasing a memory. Chapter 10. The mule didn't stumble. It just stopped. It planted its 4 feet in the shale and refused to take another step uphill. Arthur Pym kicked it. He drummed his heels against the animal's ribs, a frantic, useless rhythm. "Go," Pym rasped. His voice was gone, burned away by the sun and the shouting. "Move, damn you! Move!" "She's done, Arthur," Eldridge Sample said. Eldridge reined in the sorrel. The horse was blowing hard, foam dripping from the bit, but it was still standing. The mule was different. It had hit the wall. Its head was down, its ears drooping like wilted leaves. "She can't be done." Pym slid out of the saddle. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees in the loose rock. He scrambled up, grabbing the reins, pulling on the mule's mouth. "Get up. We're losing them." "We're not losing them," Eldridge said. He dismounted. "We're just pausing." "Pausing is losing. Every minute we sit here, they get further away. They get deeper into the dark." Pym was shaking. It wasn't just fatigue. It was a fever of the mind. His eyes were rimmed with red dust, wide and staring. He looked like a man who had been awake for a week. "Sit down," Eldridge said. "I don't want to sit. I want my wife." "Sit down before you fall down." Pym glared at him, then collapsed onto a flat rock. He put his head in his hands. Eldridge loosened the cinch on the mule. He lifted the saddlebags. He poured a little water into his hat for the sorrel, then the mule. The mule drank, then sighed, a long, shuddering exhalation. Eldridge uncorked his own canteen. He handed it to Pym. "Drink." Pym took it. He drank too fast, choking, water spilling down his chin. He wiped it away with a dirty hand. "She's out there," Pym whispered. He looked up at the peaks of the Chinades, jagged black shapes against the stars. "She's cold. She hates the cold. I bought her a shawl. Wool. From Scotland. It cost $4. She has a coat," Eldridge said. "I saw the tracks. They gave her a coat." "A duster." Pym spat. "A dirty, stinking duster that smells of horse and sweat. That's not a coat for a lady. That's a wrapping." He reached into his pocket. He pulled out the tintype again. He held it up to the moonlight, tilting it to catch the silver glow. "Look at her," Pym said. "Just look at her." Eldridge looked. The woman in the picture stared back, cool and detached. "I see her," Eldridge said. "She's perfect," Pym said. "When she stepped off the train in El Paso, I couldn't breathe. I thought there must be a mistake. A woman like that, for me." "You paid the ticket." "I paid," Pym agreed. "But money doesn't buy class. She has class. She knows how to set a table. She knows how to pour tea. She elevated me, Eldridge. She made the store more than a store. She made it a destination. She made it a target," Eldridge said. Pym's head snapped up. "What does that mean?" "It means beautiful things attract attention. Sometimes the wrong kind." "It wasn't her fault," Pym shouted. "She didn't ask for this. She was innocent. She was just living her life. And these wolves, they saw her and they took her. They took the money too. The money is nothing. I told you. I can make more money. I can't make another Lola. Pim clutched the picture to his chest. She's mine. I found her. I brought her here. I promised to keep her safe. You can't keep anything safe out here, Arthur. Not really. You just rent it from the wind. Pim shook his head violently. No. That's quitter talk. That's what the sheriff says. That's what the blacksmith says. It's just the way it is. Well, I don't accept it. I don't accept that a man can walk into my house and take what belongs to me. He stood up. He swayed, but he stayed on his feet. We have to go, Pim said. The mule, she's rested enough. She needs an hour, Eldridge said. Or she'll founder. We don't have an hour. You kill the mule, you walk, Eldridge said. His voice flat. And you don't walk fast enough to catch Dando. Pim stared at him. The desperation in his face curdled into something ugly. Resentment. You don't care, Pim said. You're just doing a job. You don't care if she's hurt. You don't care if she's used. I care about getting there, Eldridge said. Getting there requires a mule with 4 working legs. Pim turned away. He paced. 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. He was vibrating with energy he didn't have to burn. I built that room for her, Pim muttered. The parlor. I ordered the wallpaper from Chicago. Roses. She likes roses. I bought the piano. It took 6 men to get it off the wagon. He wasn't talking to Eldridge anymore. He was talking to the ghosts in his head. She played it, Pim said. Once. The first night. Beautiful dreamer. She played it sad. Like she was saying goodbye. He stopped pacing. He looked at Eldridge. She was happy, Pim insisted. She was. She smiled. She didn't say much, but she smiled. She was just shy. That's all. She wasn't unhappy. Eldridge looked at the man. He saw the lie Pim was telling himself. It was a thick, heavy blanket he had pulled over his head to keep out the cold truth. She walked to the water, Arthur, Eldridge said softly. She sat in the chair. She was forced. Pim screamed. Stop saying that. She was forced. He pulled the Schofield from his belt. He waved it, not aiming, just punctuating his rage. She loves me. Pim yelled at the mountains. She loves me. I gave her everything. Eldridge didn't move. He watched the gun. Put it away, Arthur. Pim looked at the pistol in his hand, like he'd forgotten it was there. He lowered it. He shoved it back into his waistband. I'm sorry, Pim whispered. I can't lose her. I can't go back to the empty store. I can't sit in that chair and look at the wallpaper. We'll find them, Eldridge said. Will we? Pim looked at the dark trail ahead. Or will we just find what's left? We'll find the truth, Eldridge said. Whatever it is. Pim shivered. I don't want the truth. I want my wife. He sat back down on the rock. He took out the handkerchief. He pressed it to his nose, inhaling the scent of rosewater and dust. She smells like flowers, Pim said. Even out here. She smells like flowers. Eldridge looked away. He looked at the sorrel horse, standing patient in the moonlight. He thought about the tracks. The confident stride. The lack of drag marks. Pim was chasing a memory of a woman who might never have existed. He was chasing a receipt. Rest, Arthur, Eldridge said. We ride in 30 minutes. Pim didn't answer. He just rocked back and forth, holding the picture and the cloth, muttering to a woman who was riding west with a bandit, laughing at the moon. Chapter 11. The smoke was the first sign. It wasn't the heavy, rolling smoke of a burning barn. It was a thin, blue-gray smudge against the backdrop of the Chinati Peaks, smelling of charred varnish and scorched canvas. Eldridge Sample pulled the sorrel up. He pointed. "Trouble," Eldridge said. Pim wiped his face with his sleeve. He was riding slumped, holding the horn with both hands, letting the mule do the work. He looked at the smoke. "Campfire?" Pim asked, his voice hopeful. "Too black," Eldridge said. "And too late in the day. Nobody builds a fire at noon, unless they're signaling or burning evidence." They rode toward it. The trail led them around a shoulder of rock and into a small box canyon. The ground here was flatter, covered in creosote bush and dry grass. The wagon was in the center of the clearing. It had been a peddler's wagon, a high-sided painted affair with drawers built into the sides and a canvas top stretched over hickory bows. Now it was a wreck. It was overturned, lying on its side like a dead beetle. The wheels were smashed, spokes splintered. The canvas was gone, burned away, leaving the blackened ribs exposed to the sun. The contents were scattered across the desert floor. Tin pans, bolts of calico, bottles of patent medicine, and 100 other small things that made up a traveling life. The fire was dying down, licking at the remains of the axle grease. "They hit him," Pim whispered. Eldridge dismounted. He tied the sorrel to a bush. He walked toward the wagon, his hand on his Colt. He didn't see a body. He walked around the wreck. He saw the tracks, the heavy prints of the Dando horses, the smaller prints of the woman. They had ridden circles around the wagon, cutting it off, driving it into the rocks. He heard a sound, a low moan from the shade of a mesquite bush near the canyon wall. Eldridge walked over. The peddler was there. He was a small man with a beard that looked like a bird's nest. He was wearing a suit that was covered in dust and blood. He was sitting up, leaning against the rock, holding his stomach. His hands were slick with red. Eldridge knelt. "Easy," Eldridge said. The peddler opened his eyes. They were glazed, focusing on something far away. He looked at Eldridge. He looked at the badge. "Ranger," the peddler gasped. "Close enough." They took the horses," the peddler said. "My team. Good bays. Matched set." "Who took them?" "Bandits. Dusters. Mean eyes." The peddler coughed, spitting blood. "They wanted whiskey. I told them. I just had elixir. Snake oil. And they burned your wagon." "For fun," the peddler said. "Just for fun." Pim came running up. He fell to his knees beside the man. He grabbed the peddler's shoulder. "Was there a woman?" Pim demanded. "With them. A woman in a white dress." The peddler looked at Pim. He blinked. A slow, strange smile spread across his bloody lips. "The woman," the peddler whispered. "Yes. The beauty. Is she all right?" Pim shook him. "Did they hurt her? Did they force her?" "Force her." The peddler laughed. It was a wet, gurgling sound. "Mister, she was laughing." Pim froze. "What?" "She was laughing," the peddler said. "While the big one. While he poured the oil. While he lit the match. She sat on her horse, eating a peach, and she laughed." "You're lying," Pim shouted. He grabbed the peddler's lapels. "You're delirious." She was crying. She was terrified. She pointed at me," the peddler wheezed. "She said, 'Look at the little man run.' That's what she said. Look at him run. Pym shoved the dying man back against the rock. Liar. She wouldn't. She's a lady. Eldridge grabbed Pym's wrist. He pulled him away. Let him be, Arthur. He's lying. Pym was shaking, his face purple. She's kind. She feeds the stray cats behind the store. She wouldn't laugh at a fire. Eldridge looked at the peddler. The man's eyes were closing. The life was running out of him, into the Texas dirt. Did she have a gun? Eldridge asked. The peddler nodded, barely a movement. Small one. Silver. She shot the bottles. Target practice. While I was bleeding. No. Pym screamed. He stood up. He backed away, his hands over his ears. I won't listen. It's the sun. He's crazy. The peddler looked at Eldridge one last time. She's cold, the peddler whispered. Ice in the desert. He took a breath. It rattled in his throat. He let it out. He didn't take another. Eldridge stood up. He looked at the dead man. He looked at the burned wagon. He looked at the scattered bottles of elixir, broken and bleeding their contents into the sand. He walked over to Pym. Pym was standing by the sorrel horse, his back to the scene. He was trembling. He didn't know what he was saying, Pym said. His voice was tight, high-pitched. He was in pain. He saw things wrong. She was probably hysterical. Laughing from fear. That happens. I've read about it. She was shooting bottles, Arthur. She doesn't know how to shoot. Pym spun around. I never taught her. She's afraid of guns. She puts her hands over her ears when the miners shoot at snakes. Maybe she learned in New Orleans, Eldridge said. Or maybe she knew before she got there. Stop it. Pym pulled the tintype from his pocket. He shoved it in Eldridge's face. Look at her. Does that look like a killer? Does that look like a woman who laughs at a dying man? Eldridge looked at the picture. He looked at the calculating eyes. The smile that didn't reach them. It looks like a woman who knows what she wants, Eldridge said. She wants me. Pym shouted. She wants to come home. And I'm going to get her. He ran to the mule. He tried to mount. He slipped, falling in the dust. He scrambled up, clawing at the saddle, hauling himself onto the animal's back. I'm going. Pym yelled. I'm not listening to your lies. Or his. He kicked the mule. He whipped it with the ends of the reins. He rode out of the canyon, heading west, chasing the dust of the woman who laughed. Eldridge watched him go. He looked back at the peddler. He couldn't leave him like this. Not with the coyotes waiting in the hills. He found a shovel blade among the scattered wares. The handle was burned off. He spent 20 minutes covering the body with rocks. It wasn't a grave, but it was a cairn. It was respect. He walked to the burned wagon. He found a tin of peaches that hadn't burst. He opened it with his knife. He ate the fruit, drinking the syrup. It was warm and sweet. He looked at the tracks leaving the canyon. The woman's horse, the roan, had ridden alongside the big man's bay. Close. Stirrup to stirrup. Partners, Eldridge said. He mounted the sorrel. He checked his Winchester. He turned the horse west. Pym was a mile ahead, riding on denial and rage. He was riding into a box canyon of his own making. And when he hit the wall, it wasn't going to be pretty. She's ice, Eldridge whispered, repeating the peddler's words. He kicked the sorrel into a trot. He had to catch the shopkeeper before the ice broke him. Chapter 12. He was crazy, Pim said. He was riding the mule so hard, the animal was starting to foam at the bit. He wasn't looking at Eldridge. He was looking straight ahead, his jaw set like he was trying to bite through a piece of leather. The sun got to him. Or the pain. The sun hadn't been up long enough to get to anyone, Eldridge said. He kept the sorrel alongside the mule, crowding Pim slightly, keeping the pressure on. And pain makes a man honest, Arthur. It strips away the manners. He said. She laughed. Pim shouted over the wind. Laughed. While he was burning. Does that sound like Lola? Does that sound like the woman who cried when a bird hit the window? People change when they leave the store, Eldridge said. Not that much. Not in a day. Pim wiped his nose with his sleeve. He was lying. He was just angry. Wanted to hurt someone because he was hurt. It's natural. He saw a silver pistol, Eldridge said. Small. Did you buy her a gun, Arthur? Pim flinched. No. I told you. She hates guns. Then where did she get it? She didn't. The peddler saw one of the men shooting. Dando. Or the other one. He just mixed it up. In his head. The peddler said she shot the bottles. Target practice. Stop it. Pim reined the mule in hard. The animal threw its head, protesting. Pim turned in the saddle, his face a mask of sunburn and desperation. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to ruin her? I'm trying to keep you alive. Eldridge stopped the sorrel. We're getting closer. The tracks are fresh. If we catch them, you need to know what you're riding into. You need to know who's on the other side of the gun. I know who she is. Pim yelled. He pulled the tintype from his pocket again. He didn't look at it this time. He held it up like a shield. She's my wife. She's scared. She's waiting for me. And if she isn't, she is. Pim's hand went to his waist. It wasn't a conscious move. It was a reflex of panic. His fingers closed around the butt of the Schofield, shoved into his belt. Eldridge saw it. He didn't move his hand to his own gun. He just watched. Don't, Eldridge said. His voice was quiet. Pim froze. He looked down at his hand. He looked at Eldridge. The realization of what he was doing washed over his face. Shock, then shame, then a sudden, jagged anger. You want to leave me, Pim said. That's it, isn't it? You want to turn back. You think it's hopeless. You think she's gone. I think she's exactly where she wants to be. Liar. Pim pulled the gun. He didn't draw it smooth. He yanked it out, the front sight catching on his belt. He leveled it at Eldridge, the heavy barrel shaking. His finger was on the trigger. Take it back. Pim screamed. Say you're wrong. Say she's a victim. Eldridge sat still in the saddle. The sorrel shifted its weight, sensing the tension. Arthur, Eldridge said. Look at the cylinder. What? The cylinder. I told you to load 5. Hammer on an empty chamber. You didn't check it when you put it in your pants this morning, did you? Pim's eyes flicked down to the gun. The hammer is down, Eldridge said. If you pull that trigger, it's going to click. And then, I'm going to take it away from you. Pim hesitated. He looked at the gun. He looked at Eldridge. The doubt crept in. Had he checked? Had the cylinder rotated in his belt? It was a bluff. Eldridge knew Pim had loaded 6. A man like Pim always loaded 6 because he didn't trust arithmetic. But Pim didn't know that Eldridge knew. Put it away, Arthur. I can't. Pim was crying now. If I put it away, it makes it true. It makes her bad. She's whatever she is, Eldridge said. Shooting me won't change her mind. Pim's arm wavered. The gun dipped. She called my name, Pim whispered. In the street. She screamed for me. She was putting on a show, Eldridge said. For the town. For the sheriff. So nobody would follow too close. So they'd have a head start. No. Pim shook his head. No. She didn't want a posse, Eldridge said. She wanted time. And she got it. Until you hired me. Pim stared at him. The logic was a cold knife, cutting through the delusions he'd wrapped himself in. He saw the walking footprints. He saw the apple cores. He saw the peddler dying in the dirt. He couldn't hold the gun up anymore. It was too heavy. He lowered it. He let it hang by his side. I bought her a dress, Pim said. Silk. Blue. For Christmas. She said. She said it was the prettiest thing she ever saw. She liked the dress, Arthur. Doesn't mean she liked the life. Pim looked at the mountains. The peaks were jagged, unforgiving. If she's with them, Pim said, his voice hollow, if she's one of them, then what am I doing here? You're finding out, Eldridge said. That's worth something. Pim looked at the gun in his hand. He looked like he wanted to throw it away. But he didn't. He shoved it back into his belt. We keep riding, Pim said. You sure? I have to ask her, Pim said. I have to hear her say it. If she looks me in the eye and tells me she ran, then I'll believe it. But not before. Fair enough. Eldridge nudged the sorrel forward. He rode past Pim. He didn't look at the gun. He didn't look at the tear tracks on the shopkeeper's face. We're close, Eldridge said. They'll be watching their back trail now. If you pull that iron again, Arthur, pull it on Dando. Pim didn't answer. He kicked the mule into a walk. He sat slumped in the saddle, a man who had just had his heart cut out but was still trying to beat. They rode into the shadow of the canyon. The sun dropped behind the rim, turning the world gray. Eldridge watched the rocks. He watched the rim. Pim watched nothing. He just rode, carrying his doubt like a stone in his pocket, heavier than the gold he'd left behind. Chapter 13. The canyon was a throat, and they were sliding down it into the belly of the Chinades. The walls closed in, blotting out the last of the sunset, turning the trail into a trough of blue shadow and cooling rock. Eldridge Sample rode the sorrel loose-reined, letting the horse pick its footing in the scree. He wasn't watching the ground anymore. He was watching Pim. Arthur Pim rode the mule like he was sitting on a keg of powder with a short fuse. He kept shifting his weight, his hand hovering over the butt of the Schofield in his waistband. Every time a lizard skittered or a pebble rolled, Pim jerked the reins, swinging the mule's head around, his other hand grabbing for the gun. Stop it, Eldridge said. I heard something, Pim whispered. His voice was tight, vibrating. In the brush. It's a rat. Or a snake. Quit sawing on the mule's mouth before she throws you. They could be waiting, Pim said. He pulled the pistol halfway out. An ambush. If they were waiting, Eldridge said, you'd be dead. Dando doesn't make noise before he shoots. Pim shoved the gun back down. He wiped his face. He looked at the canyon walls like they were closing in to crush him. They rode for another mile. The light failed completely. The moon hadn't cleared the peaks yet. It was the blind time of night. The trail narrowed, passing through a cluster of boulders. A sudden wind kicked up, whistling through a crack in the stone. It sounded like a low moan. Pim panicked. He didn't just flinch. He ripped the Schofield out of his belt. He spun in the saddle, aiming behind him at the empty dark. "Who's there?" Pim screamed. "Show yourself." His finger was inside the guard. He was shaking. The barrel waved past Eldridge's head. Eldridge didn't shout. He didn't argue. He spurred the sorrel. The horse leapt forward, closing the 5 feet between them in a single stride. Eldridge reached out. He didn't grab Pim's wrist. He grabbed the cylinder of the revolver. He clamped his hand over the top of the gun, his thumb jamming between the hammer and the frame. Pim yelped, startled. He tried to pull the trigger. The hammer came back, hit Eldridge's thumb, and stopped. It couldn't fall. The gun was a brick. Eldridge twisted. He wrenched the gun down and out, tearing it from Pim's grip. The front sight raked Pim's belly, ripping his shirt, but the gun came free. Eldridge reined the sorrel back. He sat there, the Schofield heavy in his left hand, his own Colt untouched in his holster. Pim stared at his empty hands. He looked at Eldridge. You took it," Pim stammered. "I told you," Eldridge said. His voice was cold, flat metal. "I told you not to pull it unless you were looking at Dando. I thought. I heard. You heard the wind, Arthur. And you pointed a loaded .45 at my head." Eldridge broke the action of the Schofield. He tipped the barrel up. The cartridges slid out, falling into the dust with soft thuds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, Eldridge said. "I knew you didn't leave an empty chamber. I wanted to be ready. You were ready to kill me, or shoot your own foot off." Eldridge snapped the cylinder shut. He tucked the empty gun into his own belt. "Give it back," Pim said. He reached out, a desperate grabbing motion. "I need it. It's mine." "It was yours," Eldridge said. "Now it's baggage. I can't go in there without a gun. They're killers. You're a shopkeeper, Arthur. A gun doesn't make you a shooter. It just makes you dangerous to the wrong people." Pim's face crumpled. The adrenaline that had been holding him up, the frantic energy of the chase drained out of him. He slumped in the saddle, looking small and bruised. "I'm useless," Pim whispered. "That's what you think. I'm just in the way." "You're a liability," Eldridge said, "as long as you're waving that iron around." He looked at the man. He saw the exhaustion. He saw the fear that was eating Pim alive from the inside out. Pim wasn't built for this. He was built for ledgers and inventory. He was trying to be a hero in a story he didn't understand. "You want to help her?" Eldridge asked. Pim nodded, mute. "Then ride the mule. Keep your eyes open. And keep your hands on the horn." "But what if we find them?" "If we find them," Eldridge said, "you stay down. You let me do the work. That's the deal. That's the only deal." Pim looked at Eldridge's waist, at the empty gun. He looked at the trail ahead. "If I don't have a gun," Pim said, his voice trembling, "I can't save her." "You were never going to save her with a gun, Arthur. You were going to buy her back. Or beg for her. That's all you've got." It was cruel. It was the truth. Pim looked away. He stared at the canyon wall. He looked like a child who had been told Santa Claus was just a drunk in a red suit. "Fine," Pim whispered. "Keep it." "I intend to." Eldridge gathered his reins. "We're burning moonlight. Let's move." He turned the sorrel. He didn't wait for Pim. He rode on. Behind him, the mule started walking. Pim didn't kick it. He just sat there, a passenger on his own rescue mission. The dynamic had shifted. They weren't partners anymore. Eldridge was the hunter. Pim was just the luggage. Eldridge kept his eyes on the rocks. He listened to the wind. He felt the weight of the 2 guns in his belt. He knew what was coming. The Dandos wouldn't just run forever. They would pick a spot. They would turn. And when they did, Eldridge knew he would be fighting alone. Chapter 14. I feel naked, Pim said. He was gripping the saddle horn with both hands, his knuckles white. The mule was walking steady, unbothered by the man's nerves, but Pim was twitching at every shadow. You're dressed fine, Eldridge Sample said. He rode the sorrel a length ahead, his eyes scanning the rimrock. I mean without the gun. I feel exposed. You were exposed with it. Now you're just lighter. Eldridge checked the sun. It was high, cutting straight down into the canyon. The walls here were steep, layers of red sandstone and gray shale rising 300 feet on either side. The trail was a dry creek bed, littered with boulders the size of wagons. It was a bad place. A chute. If someone corked the ends, there was no way out but up, and horses don't fly. Why would they come this way? Pim asked. It's slow. It's hidden, Eldridge said. And it's defensible. If we get too close, they can turn and hold this cut with 2 rifles against an army. Are we close? The manure is fresh. Maybe 2 hours. Eldridge pulled the sorrel up. He didn't like the silence. The wind usually funneled through these cuts, making a low moan, but today the air was still. The birds were gone. He looked at a ridge of rock jutting out from the north wall, 500 yards ahead. It commanded the trail. A natural sniper's nest. Stop, Eldridge said. Pim pulled the mule up. What? What do you see? Nothing. That's the problem. Eldridge squinted. The sun was glaring off the rocks, making everything look white and washed out. He pulled his hat brim lower. He saw it. A flash. Just a pinprick of light on the ridge. It wasn't mica. It wasn't quartz. It was polished glass. A scope. Get down, Eldridge yelled. He didn't wait for Pim. He spurred the sorrel, driving the horse sideways toward the cover of a large boulder. Pim froze. He sat on the mule, his mouth open, looking at Eldridge like he'd spoken Greek. Crack. The shot didn't sound like a Winchester. It sounded like a cannon. A heavy, long-range buffalo gun. The bullet missed Pim's head by inches. It hit the canyon wall behind him, blowing a crater in the sandstone the size of a dinner plate. Rock shards sprayed the mule's rump. The mule screamed and bucked. Pim went flying. He hit the gravel hard, rolling, arms flailing. Stay down, Eldridge roared. He was off the sorrel, Winchester in hand, sliding behind the boulder. He grabbed the sorrel's reins and jerked the horse down, forcing it to kneel. The horse fought for a second, then settled, trembling. Pim was in the open. He was scrambling on his hands and knees, trying to get up. Crack. The second shot kicked dirt into Pim's face. Pim yelped and flattened himself against the ground. He tried to dig a hole with his fingers. Don't move, Arthur, Eldridge called out. He's got the range. He's shooting at me. Pim screamed. He's shooting at me. You're the easy target. Eldridge took off his hat. He peeked around the edge of the boulder. Another flash from the ridge. Spang. The bullet hit the boulder, whining off into the sky. Scope, Eldridge said. Sharps or a rolling block. He's sitting up there with a telescopic sight, picking his teeth. It was a rear guard. Dando hadn't stopped the whole gang. He'd left one man. One man with a big gun and a good eye to hold the door shut, while the rest of them put miles between themselves and the shopkeeper. Eldridge looked at Pim. The man was 40 feet away, lying in the middle of the wash. He was safe as long as he stayed flat. The sniper couldn't depress the muzzle enough to hit a man prone in the gravel without exposing himself. But if Pim panicked and ran, he was dead. "Arthur," Eldridge said, keeping his voice calm. "Listen to me. Don't get up. Just lie there. I can't stay here. The ants. Ants are better than a .50 caliber slug." Eldridge checked his Winchester. .44 to 40. It was a good gun, but at 500 yards it was pushing luck. The sniper had the distance and the optics. "Duel?" Eldridge whispered. He needed an angle. He couldn't shoot from the boulder. The sniper had it zeroed. He needed to move. He looked to his right. There was a cut in the canyon wall, a narrow fissure filled with shadow. If he could get there, he could climb. He could get elevation. "I'm moving," Eldridge yelled to Pim. "When I shoot, you crawl. You hear me? Crawl to the rocks. Don't leave me." "I'm not leaving you. I'm getting a better seat." Eldridge took a breath. He broke cover. He ran. Crack. The bullet tore the heel off his left boot. It jerked his leg out, almost tripping him. Eldridge didn't stop. He stumbled, caught his balance, and dove into the fissure. He hit the ground, scraping his hands. He was in the shadow. "Close," he said. He checked his boot. The leather heel was gone, just nails sticking out. He looked up the fissure. It was a chimney climb. Rough rock. Steep. He slung the rifle across his back. He started to climb. He moved fast, ignoring the noise. He needed height. He climbed 50 feet, then 100. His breath rasped in his throat. He found a ledge. It was narrow, barely wide enough to sit on, but it offered a view of the North Ridge. He unslung the rifle. He rested it on his knee. He scanned the ridge. He couldn't see the man. He could see the glint of the scope. It was tucked into a pile of rocks, hidden in the shade of a juniper. The sniper was waiting. He was watching the boulder where the sorrel horse was tied. He was watching Pim. Eldridge adjusted his sights. He elevated the rear buckhorn. 500 yards. Uphill. He needed the man to show himself. Eldridge looked down at the wash. "Pim," he shouted. The echo bounced around the canyon. The sniper shifted. The glint moved. He was looking for the voice. "Now, Arthur," Eldridge yelled. "Move." Pim scrambled. He got up on his hands and knees and scurried like a crab toward the canyon wall. The sniper saw the movement. He adjusted. He was going to take the easy shot. He leaned out from behind the rocks to get a clear line on Pim. Eldridge saw him. A duster. A black hat. A long, octagon barrel. Eldridge didn't hesitate. He exhaled. He squeezed. Bang. The Winchester kicked. The sniper flinched. Eldridge's bullet hit the rock just below the man's rifle. Stone chips sprayed into his face. The sniper jerked back, his shot going wild. It hit the canyon floor, 10 feet behind Pim. Pim reached the rocks. He curled into a ball, sobbing. The sniper knew he was made. He knew where Eldridge was now. He swung the big rifle toward the fissure. It was a race. A lever action against a single shot. Speed against power. Eldridge worked the lever. Clack, clack. He fired. He didn't aim for the man. He aimed for the glint. Bang! The glass shattered. The sniper screamed. He threw his hands up, dropping the rifle. He stood up, clawing at his face, blinded by broken glass and lead. Eldridge racked the lever again. He settled the front sight on the man's chest. "Sit down," Eldridge whispered. He fired. The sniper folded. He fell backward, disappearing behind the ridge line. Silence rushed back into the canyon. The echo of the shots faded, leaving only the sound of the wind and the mule, which had run down the canyon and was now grazing on a patch of weeds. Eldridge lowered the rifle. He sat on the ledge for a moment, watching the ridge. Nothing moved. No second man. Just the one. He climbed down. When he reached the canyon floor, Pim was still curled in a ball, his hands over his head. "It's clear," Eldridge said. Pim looked up. His face was gray with dust. He shot my mule." He shot at the mule. "The mule is fine." Eldridge walked to the sorrel. He checked the horse. It was spooked but unhurt. "Get up, Arthur," Eldridge said. "We have to go up there." "Up there? Why?" "To see who he is," Eldridge said. "And to see what he's got in his pockets." "He's dead. Leave him." "Dando left him here for a reason," Eldridge said. "He bought them time. An hour. Maybe 2. While we were playing hide and seek, the main group was putting miles between us." "They're getting away," Pim said, realizing it. This was just a stall. It worked. Eldridge mounted the sorrel. He waited for Pim to catch the mule and climb on. They rode up the trail, passing the spot where the bullets had hit. They found a path up the ridge. The sniper was lying on his back. His face was a mess of blood and glass. His big Sharps rifle lay in the dirt, the scope smashed. Eldridge looked at the sun. It was dipping low. "We lost 2 hours," Eldridge said. "They're deep in the mountains now." He looked at the dead man. He looked at the shirt the man was wearing. It was new. Clean, except for the blood. A blue flannel shirt with white buttons. Eldridge frowned. "Arthur," he said. "Come here." Pim rode up. He wouldn't look at the face. He looked at the boots. "Look at the shirt," Eldridge said. Pim looked. His eyes widened. "That's..." Pim stammered. "That's from my store. That's the new stock. I just put those out on the shelf last week." "He was in your store," Eldridge said. "He helped rob you. Or he got a share of the loot." Eldridge swung down. He knelt by the body. He went through the man's pockets. He found a pouch of tobacco, a few coins, and a piece of paper, folded into a tight square. Eldridge unfolded it. The handwriting was elegant, lace-like. "What is it?" Pim asked. Eldridge read it. He felt the cold settle in his stomach. "It's a letter," Eldridge said, "addressed to Lola." Chapter 15. "Give it to me," Pim said. He held out a hand that was shaking so bad he couldn't have held a cup of water without spilling it. His eyes were fixed on the folded square of paper in Eldridge Sample's fingers. Eldridge didn't hand it over. He turned the paper in the fading light. It was heavy stock, cream-colored, creased and worn at the corners like it had been carried in a pocket for a long time. It smelled of tobacco and the dead man's sweat, but underneath that, faint as a memory, was the scent of lavender. "It's addressed to her," Eldridge said. "Lola. Just the name. No last name. No town." It's probably a receipt," Pim stammered. "Or a list." She made lists. "For the store." "On expensive paper?" Eldridge looked at the dead sniper. "This man didn't walk into your store to buy stationery, Arthur. He was wearing your shirt, but this paper, this came from somewhere else. He stole it. Pim shouted. The echo slapped against the canyon walls. He took it from her. It's a message. She wrote it. To me. She knew I'd find him. Pim lunged. He grabbed for the letter. Eldridge sidestepped. He caught Pim by the shoulder and shoved him back. Pim stumbled, his boots slipping in the loose scree, and sat down hard in the dirt next to the corpse. Sit, Eldridge said. And listen. It's mine, Pim whispered. He looked at the letter like it was a piece of the true cross. It's from her. It's addressed to her, Eldridge corrected. The handwriting is heavy. A steel nib. A man's hand. Eldridge unfolded the paper. It wasn't a long letter. Just a few lines scrawled in black ink that had faded to brown. The date at the top was 3 months old. Eldridge read it. His face didn't change. He felt the cold settle in his gut, the same cold he'd felt when he saw the walking footprints at the water hole. He looked at Pim. The shopkeeper was hugging his knees, rocking slightly. He looked like a man waiting for the doctor to tell him how long he had left. Read it, Pim said. His voice was thin. Read it out loud. You sure? Read it. Eldridge looked at the paper. Lola, he read. New Orleans is getting hot. The marshals are asking about the bank job. Time to move. Pim stopped rocking. He stared at Eldridge. Eldridge continued. I saw an ad in the Picayune. Some shopkeeper in West Texas. Lonely. Got a little money. Sends a ticket. No, Pim whispered. Go to him, Eldridge read. Play the part. Wear the lace. Make him happy. Count the safe. We'll come for you when the snow melts in the passes. Love, Dando. Eldridge lowered the paper. The silence in the canyon was absolute. Even the wind seemed to have died out of respect for the calamity. Pim sat in the dirt. He wasn't crying. He wasn't screaming. He was staring at the dead sniper's boots. He looked like he had been hit in the forehead with a hammer. It's a lie, Pim said. It's a plan, Eldridge said. It's dated 3 months ago. Before she came to you. She didn't know him, Pim said. She was a widow. Her husband died of fever. Her husband is riding a bay horse 5 miles west of here, Eldridge said. Or her boyfriend. Or her pimp. Dando sent her. He sent her to case the joint. She sang, Pim said. In the morning. Beautiful dreamer. She was singing for her supper, Arthur. And she was marking time. Eldridge walked over to Pim. He held the letter out. Pim took it. He held it with 2 fingers, like it was contagious. He read it. His lips moved, forming the words, trying to make them mean something else. Shopkeeper. Lonely. Play the part. I bought her the dress, Pim whispered. The blue one. She said I was kind. You were a mark. Pim crumpled the letter. He crushed it into a ball in his fist. He threw it at the dead man. Liar. Pim screamed at the corpse. You're a liar. You planted it. You wrote it to trick me. He scrambled to his feet. He kicked the dead sniper. He kicked him in the ribs, a dull, meaty thud. Arthur, Eldridge said. Pim didn't stop. He kicked him again. And again. He was kicking the truth. He was trying to break it. She loves me. Pim yelled. He drew the Schofield from his belt. Eldridge moved fast. He grabbed Pim's wrist. He twisted. The gun fell. Pim collapsed. He fell against Eldridge's chest, sobbing. He grabbed Eldridge's coat, burying his face in the canvas. He howled. It was a raw, animal sound of total loss. Eldridge stood there. He let the man cry. He looked over Pym's shaking shoulders at the mountains. The Dandos were up there. They had the money. They had the woman. And they were probably laughing. She didn't run because she was scared, Eldridge said softly. She ran because her ride was here. Pym pulled away. He wiped his face. He looked at the letter lying in the dirt next to the dead man's head. He walked over and picked it up. He smoothed it out on his thigh. He folded it, careful and neat along the original creases. He put it in his pocket, next to the tintype. She came with them, Pym said. His voice was different. The hysteria was gone. It was replaced by something flat and dead. Yes. She opened the door, Pym said. The lock wasn't broken. I checked. I thought I forgot. But I didn't forget. She opened it. Probably. And the safe, Pym said. I told her the combination. In case something happened to me. She asked. She said she wanted to be prepared. He looked at Eldridge. His eyes were dry now. They were hard, like little stones. She watched them beat me, Pym said. She stood there, in her nightgown, and she watched them hit me with the shotgun. The peddler said she laughed. She didn't laugh, Pym said. Not at me. She just watched. Like I was a customer who couldn't pay. Pym looked at the dead sniper. He looked at the new blue shirt, stained with blood. That's my shirt, Pym said. It is. That costs $1.50. Pym walked to the mule. He grabbed the reins. He didn't struggle to mount this time. He hauled himself up, efficient and cold. Where are we going, Arthur? Eldridge asked. Pym looked west. He looked at the notch in the mountains where the trail disappeared. We're going to find them, Pym said. Why? Eldridge asked. She's not a hostage. She's a thief. I know what she is, Pym said. She's a whore who stole my money. And she's a wife who broke her vows. He touched the Schofield in his belt. I want my gold back, Pym said. And I want a divorce. Eldridge looked at him. The shopkeeper was gone. The man who wanted to rescue a damsel was gone. In his place was a man who had been cheated, and a cheated man is dangerous in a way a hero never is. It's a hard ride, Eldridge said. I'm not tired, Pym said. Eldridge mounted the sorrel. He checked his Winchester. The game had changed. They weren't rescuing anyone anymore. They were collecting a debt. Let's go, Eldridge said. They rode past the dead sniper, leaving him for the buzzards and the ants. They rode into the shadow of the high peaks, following the woman who had played the part perfectly, right up until the curtain fell. Chapter 16. The paper made a dry, crinkling sound in the dark, like a dead leaf being crushed. Arthur Pym wasn't riding. He was stopped on a switchback trail 1,000 feet above the basin floor, the mule blowing hard beneath him. He held the letter up to the moonlight, squinting at the ink that had turned his life into a joke. You can't read in this light, Arthur, Eldridge Sample said. Eldridge was 10 feet ahead on the sorrel. He sat twisted in the saddle, watching the back trail. The wind-up here was cold, smelling of pine resin and wet rock. It cut through the sweat on their shirts. I don't have to read it, Pym said. I memorized it. He folded the paper. He didn't put it away. He ran his thumb over the crease, sharp and precise. Play the part, Pym quoted. His voice didn't shake anymore. It was flat, devoid of the panic that had driven him across the desert. That's what Dando wrote. Play the part. Put it away, Eldridge said. We need to make the ridge. Pim ignored him. She did. She played it perfect. She complained about the dust. She asked for the rose water. She asked me to teach her how to use the scale in the store. Said she wanted to help. Pim looked up at Eldridge. His face was shadowed, but his eyes caught the moon. They were dry. She was weighing the gold, Pim said. She wasn't helping. She was counting. She was casing the joint, Eldridge said. Professional. I thought she was attentive. Pim laughed. It was a short, sharp bark. I thought she was settling in. I bought her a shawl because she shivered in the evenings. She wasn't cold. She was bored. We need to move, Arthur. Why? Pim asked. So I can catch up to a woman who thinks I'm a fool. So I can walk in and let them laugh at me? So you can get your money back, Eldridge said. And so I can finish this. Pim looked at the letter again. He smoothed it out on the saddle horn. We'll clean him out, Pim read. That's the line. Not we'll rob him. We'll clean him out. Like I'm a fish. Like I'm something you got. He crumpled the paper in his fist. For a second, Eldridge thought he was going to throw it into the canyon. He didn't. He shoved it into his shirt pocket, right over his heart. I want my gun, Pim said. No. I'm not hysterical, Pim said. I'm not screaming. Look at my hands. He held them up. They were steady. You're angry, Eldridge said. Angry men make mistakes. They shoot too fast. Or they don't shoot at all. I won't freeze, Pim said. Not now. Before. I was worried about hurting her. I was worried about her being scared. And now? Now, I just want to balance the ledger. Eldridge looked at him. The shopkeeper was gone. The man who sold flour and sugar was gone. In his place was a man who had realized he was the punchline to a dirty joke, and he didn't find it funny. You get the gun when we find them, Eldridge said. Not before. I don't want you shooting a shadow because it looked like Dando. Pim lowered his hands. He picked up the reins. Fine. He kicked the mule. The animal groaned and started climbing again. They rode for 2 hours. The trail got steeper, narrowing to a goat path that hugged the cliff face. To the left, the mountain rose straight up. To the right, it dropped away into a black void. Eldridge took the lead. He scanned the ground. The tracks were still there, but they were changing. The horses were tired. They were stumbling, leaving scuff marks on the rock. And the riders were relaxed. Eldridge found a spot where they had stopped to smoke. 3 cigarette butts. And an apple core. He dismounted. He picked up the core. It was brown, oxidized. She's still eating, Eldridge said. Pim rode up. He looked at the apple core. She likes apples, Pim said. I ordered a barrel from Arkansas. She ate one every day. Said it kept the doctor away. She's comfortable, Eldridge said. She's not tied up. She's riding with them. Probably telling them stories about you. Pim's jaw tightened. Let her talk. They're close, Eldridge said. The manure is fresh. Maybe an hour ahead. They'll camp soon. They think they're safe in the high country. They aren't safe, Pim said. Eldridge looked at the man. Pim was riding the mule with a new stiffness. He wasn't slumped anymore. He was rigid. Arthur, Eldridge said. What? When we find them, you let me talk. You let me handle Dando. I don't want to talk to Dando. You want the gold. I want to look at her, Pim said. I want to look at her face when she sees me. I want to know if she blushes, or if she just laughs. If she laughs, Eldridge said, don't shoot her. Pym looked at him. Why not? Because I don't ride with murderers. She killed me, Pym said quietly. Back in the store. When she opened the safe. When she watched them beat me. The man you knew, the man who sold dry goods, he's dead. She killed him. He nudged the mule past Eldridge. I'm just the ghost coming back to haunt her, Pym said. Eldridge watched him ride up the trail. The mule's hooves clicked on the stone. The letter had done its work. It hadn't just revealed a crime. It had hollowed out a man and filled him with gravel. Eldridge mounted the sorrel. He checked the load in his Winchester. They were climbing into the kill zone. The air was thin. The drop was steep. And the man riding point was looking for a reason to pull a trigger. Don't get ahead of me, Arthur, Eldridge whispered. He spurred the sorrel, closing the gap, riding into the shadow of the Chinattis. The paper made a dry, crinkling sound in the dark, like a dead leaf being crushed. Arthur Pym wasn't riding. He was stopped on a switchback trail 1,000 feet above the basin floor, the mule blowing hard beneath him. He held the letter up to the moonlight, squinting at the ink that had turned his life into a joke. You can't read in this light, Arthur, Eldridge Sample said. Eldridge was 10 feet ahead on the sorrel. He sat twisted in the saddle, watching the back trail. The wind-up here was cold, smelling of pine resin and wet rock. It cut through the sweat on their shirts. I don't have to read it, Pym said. I memorized it. He folded the paper. He didn't put it away. He ran his thumb over the crease, sharp and precise. Play the part, Pym quoted. His voice didn't shake anymore. It was flat, devoid of the panic that had driven him across the desert. That's what Dando wrote. Play the part. Put it away, Eldridge said. We need to make the ridge. Pym ignored him. She did. She played it perfect. She complained about the dust. She asked for the rose water. She asked me to teach her how to use the scale in the store. Said she wanted to help. Pym looked up at Eldridge. His face was shadowed, but his eyes caught the moon. They were dry. She was weighing the gold, Pym said. She wasn't helping. She was counting. She was casing the joint, Eldridge said. Professional. I thought she was attentive. Pym laughed. It was a short, sharp bark. I thought she was settling in. I bought her a shawl because she shivered in the evenings. She wasn't cold. She was bored. We need to move, Arthur. Why? Pym asked. So I can catch up to a woman who thinks I'm a fool. So I can walk in and let them laugh at me? So you can get your money back, Eldridge said. And so I can finish this. Pym looked at the letter again. He smoothed it out on the saddle horn. We'll clean him out, Pym read. That's the line. Not we'll rob him. We'll clean him out. Like I'm a fish. Like I'm something you got. He crumpled the paper in his fist. For a second, Eldridge thought he was going to throw it into the canyon. He didn't. He shoved it into his shirt pocket, right over his heart. I want my gun, Pym said. No. I'm not hysterical, Pym said. I'm not screaming. Look at my hands. He held them up. They were steady. You're angry, Eldridge said. Angry men make mistakes. They shoot too fast. Or they don't shoot at all. I won't freeze, Pym said. Not now. Before. I was worried about hurting her. I was worried about her being scared. And now? Now, I just want to balance the ledger. Eldridge looked at him. The shopkeeper was gone. The man who sold flour and sugar was gone. In his place was a man who had realized he was the punchline to a dirty joke, and he didn't find it funny. "You get the gun when we find them," Eldridge said. "Not before. I don't want you shooting a shadow because it looked like Dando." Pim lowered his hands. He picked up the reins. "Fine." He kicked the mule. The animal groaned and started climbing again. They rode for 2 hours. The trail got steeper, narrowing to a goat path that hugged the cliff face. To the left, the mountain rose straight up. To the right, it dropped away into a black void. Eldridge took the lead. He scanned the ground. The tracks were still there, but they were changing. The horses were tired. They were stumbling, leaving scuff marks on the rock. And the riders were relaxed. Eldridge found a spot where they had stopped to smoke. 3 cigarette butts. And an apple core. He dismounted. He picked up the core. It was brown, oxidized. "She's still eating," Eldridge said. Pim rode up. He looked at the apple core. "She likes apples," Pim said. "I ordered a barrel from Arkansas. She ate one every day. Said it kept the doctor away." "She's comfortable," Eldridge said. "She's not tied up. She's riding with them. Probably telling them stories about you." Pim's jaw tightened. "Let her talk." "They're close," Eldridge said. "The manure is fresh. Maybe an hour ahead. They'll camp soon. They think they're safe in the high country." "They aren't safe," Pim said. Eldridge looked at the man. Pim was riding the mule with a new stiffness. He wasn't slumped anymore. He was rigid. "Arthur," Eldridge said. "What?" "When we find them, you let me talk. You let me handle Dando." "I don't want to talk to Dando." "You want the gold." "I want to look at her," Pim said. "I want to look at her face when she sees me. I want to know if she blushes. Or if she just laughs." "If she laughs," Eldridge said, "don't shoot her." Pim looked at him. "Why not?" "Because I don't ride with murderers." "She killed me," Pim said quietly. "Back in the store. When she opened the safe. When she watched them beat me. The man you knew, the man who sold dry goods, he's dead. She killed him." He nudged the mule past Eldridge. "I'm just the ghost coming back to haunt her," Pim said. Eldridge watched him ride up the trail. The mule's hooves clicked on the stone. The letter had done its work. It hadn't just revealed a crime. It had hollowed out a man and filled him with gravel. Eldridge mounted the sorrel. He checked the load in his Winchester. They were climbing into the kill zone. The air was thin. The drop was steep. And the man riding point was looking for a reason to pull a trigger. "Don't get ahead of me, Arthur," Eldridge whispered. He spurred the sorrel, closing the gap, riding into the shadow of the Chinatis. Chapter 17. The silence was worse than the complaining. For 20 miles, Arthur Pym hadn't said a word. He hadn't asked for water. He hadn't complained about the saddle sores that had to be chewing his legs into raw meat. He just rode the mule, his back stiff, his eyes fixed on the backside of the sorrel horse. Eldridge Sample slowed the pace. The air was thinning out as they climbed higher into the Chinatis. The scrub oak and mesquite had given way to pinon pine and alligator juniper, twisted trees that clung to the rock like desperate men. The wind was cold, carrying the scent of resin and old snow from the peaks. "We stop here," Eldridge said. He pulled up in a small clearing, protected by a wall of granite. It was a natural campsite, sheltered from the wind. Pym stopped the mule. He didn't get down. He just sat there, staring at a circle of blackened stones in the center of the clearing. "They were here," Pym said. His voice was a dry rasp, devoid of inflection. Last night, Eldridge confirmed. He swung down from the sorrel. The ground was littered with pine needles, soft and quiet under his boots. Cold camp. No smoke. There's ash, Pim said, pointing. Eldridge walked to the fire ring. He stirred the ashes with his toe. They burned paper or brush, just enough to heat coffee, then put it out. They were careful. He looked at the ground around the fire. The story was written in the pine needles. It was a clear, unambiguous narrative of the night before. 3 people. 3 horses. Eldridge tracked the movement. The wiry man, Jesse Dando, had slept near the horses on the perimeter. His bedroll impression was shallow, the ground disturbed where he had tossed and turned. Then there was the center. Don't look, Arthur, Eldridge said. Pim got down from the mule. He didn't stumble this time. He walked stiffly like a man made of wood, but he walked straight. He came to the fire ring. I want to see, Pim said. He looked at the ground where the main sleeping area had been. There were 2 impressions in the needles. They weren't separated by distance. They weren't separated by a guard. They were together. One was heavy, deep, the big man Frank Dando. The other was smaller, lighter. They were close enough to touch, close enough to share warmth. And there were no scuff marks, no signs of a struggle, no ropes tied to a tree. She slept, Pim whispered. She slept, Eldridge said. She wasn't tied up. She wasn't guarded. Pim knelt. He reached out and touched the ground where the smaller shape had lain. He brushed a pine needle away. She gets cold, Pim said. I told you. She hates the cold. So she found a way to stay warm. It was a brutal thing to say, but Eldridge wasn't in the business of selling hope anymore. He was selling reality, and the price was going up. Pim didn't flinch. He didn't scream at Eldridge for lying. He just stared at the impression in the dirt. The denial that had fueled him across the desert, the frantic energy that had made him pull a gun on a marshal, it all drained out of him. He went still. He sat back on his heels, his hands resting on his thighs. His face went slack. His eyes lost their focus, drifting away from the campsite, away from the mountains, into a place where nothing existed but the hum of the wind. Arthur, Eldridge said. Pim didn't answer. He didn't blink. He was catatonic. The weight of the letter, combined with the physical proof in the dirt, had finally snapped the strut that held him up. Eldridge walked over to the mule. He loosened the cinch. He poured water into his hat. Drink, he told the mule. He watched Pim. The man was a statue, a shopkeeper turned to stone in the wilderness. Eldridge gathered some dry wood. He built a small fire. He wasn't worried about the smoke now. They were deep in the mountains, and the Dandos were likely at the mine by now, feeling safe. He boiled coffee. The smell of it filled the clearing, rich and bitter. He poured a cup. He walked over to Pim. Drink this, Eldridge said. Pim didn't move. Eldridge crouched. He put the cup in Pim's hand. He closed the man's fingers around the tin handle. It's hot, Eldridge said. Feel it. Pim blinked. He looked down at the cup. The heat seemed to wake up the nerves in his hand. He lifted it slowly to his lips. He took a sip. It's bitter, Pim said. It's coffee. Pim drank. He finished the cup. He set it down on the pine needles. When he looked up, his face had changed. The slackness was gone. The confusion was gone. The sunburned, bruised face of the victim had hardened into something else. The eyes were no longer wet or pleading. They were cold, flat, like the eyes of a fish on a cutting board. It wasn't a kidnapping, Pim said. He stated it like he was reading an inventory list. No. It was a breakout, Pim said. From me. She was bored, Arthur. And she was a grifter. Dando offered her a ride and a cut of the money. She acted, Pim said. Every day. For 3 months. She poured the coffee. She asked about the inventory. She smiled at the customers. He looked at his hands. She let me touch her. Part of the job. A job, Pim repeated. I was a job. He stood up. He brushed the pine needles from his knees. He didn't wobble. He stood solid. Where are they? Pim asked. Latumba, Eldridge said. The mine. It's 5 miles up. Near the crest. Is there a way out? It's a dead end. 1 way in, 1 way out. That's why they picked it. You can see anyone coming for miles. Good, Pim said. He walked to the mule. He began to check the cinch. He wasn't fumbling anymore. His movements were precise, mechanical. He tightened the strap, checked the bit. What are you doing? Eldridge asked. Getting ready. We aren't riding in there tonight, Eldridge said. We scout it first. We see how many guns are waiting. I don't care how many guns, Pim said. He turned to Eldridge. He held out his hand. Give it to me, Pim said. What? My gun. The Schofield. Eldridge looked at him. This wasn't the man who had waved the pistol around in the canyon because he was scared of the wind. This was a man who had done the math and didn't like the sum. You said you wanted to ask her, Eldridge said. You said you wanted to hear her say it. I heard her, Pim said. He pointed at the ground where the bedrolls had been. The ground talks louder than she ever did. If I give you the gun, Arthur, you have to know what you're going to do with it. I know. You aren't rescuing a wife anymore. I don't have a wife, Pim said. I have a thief. And 2 partners. Eldridge studied him. Pim had crossed a line. He had gone from the desperate husband to something much more dangerous, a man with nothing left to lose. The humiliation had burned out the fear. Eldridge reached into his belt. He pulled out the Schofield. He broke it open, checking the cylinder. 5 rounds. He snapped it shut. He handed it to Pim butt first. Pim took it. He didn't shove it into his pants this time. He checked the weight. He thumbed the hammer, testing the spring. Thank you, Pim said. Don't thank me, Eldridge said. Just don't shoot me. I know who the enemy is now, Pim said. He looked up toward the peaks. The sun was gone, leaving the sky a bruised purple. The first stars were coming out, cold and distant. They're drinking my whiskey, Pim said. They're spending my gold. And they're laughing about the little man in the apron. Probably. Let's go, Pim said. I want to catch them before they sleep. Eldridge nodded. He kicked dirt over the fire, killing the last of the warmth. He mounted the sorrel. Pim mounted the mule. They rode out of the clearing, leaving the evidence of the betrayal in the dirt. They climbed into the dark, 2 men riding toward a mine named the Tomb, carrying enough hate to fill it. Chapter 18. The air in the Chinadis didn't have enough oxygen in it to keep a match burning, let alone a man warm. It was thin, sharp, and smelled of ancient dust and cold stone. Eldridge Sample rode the sorrel with his collar turned up. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees since they left the tree line, and the wind cutting through the pass had teeth. He looked back at Arthur Pym. The shopkeeper wasn't shivering. He sat on the mule, his back straight, his eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. He held the reins in his left hand. His right hand was resting on the butt of the Schofield in his waistband. He wasn't gripping it for comfort anymore. He was touching it like it was a tool he needed to keep handy. "You keep playing with that hammer," Eldridge said. "You'll wear the spring out." Pym didn't move his hand. "I'm checking the spur. It feels sharp." "It's supposed to be." "It dug into my stomach before," Pym said. His voice was steady, devoid of the whine that had been there since Oho Seikos. "Now I don't feel it." "You're numb," Eldridge said. "Cold does that." "It's not the cold." They rode around a switchback. The trail was a ledge cut into the granite, barely wide enough for the mule. The drop to the left was a black void that swallowed sound. A rock, kicked loose by the sorrel, took a long time to hit the bottom. Pym didn't look down. Before, he would have hugged the canyon wall, sweating. Now he rode the edge like he didn't care if he fell. "How does it work?" Pym asked. "What?" "The bullet," Pym said. "It's heavy lead. 45 caliber. When it hits, does it go through?" "Depends on what it hits," Eldridge said. "Bone stops it. Meat slows it. If you hit a rib, it tumbles. Tears things up inside." "Good," Pym said. Eldridge looked at him. The moon was high enough to light Pym's face. The bruises from the beating were turning black, making his eyes look sunken like a skull. "You wanted to rescue her, Arthur. 6 hours ago, you were crying over a handkerchief." "I was tired," Pym said. "I wasn't thinking straight. And now I'm awake." Pym rubbed his thumb over the hammer of the gun. "I remember the inventory. In the store. I did a count last week. We were missing 3 cans of peaches. And a bolt of red ribbon." "Inventory drift," Eldridge said. "It happens." "She took them," Pym said. "I thought it was a mistake. Or maybe I forgot to write it down. But she took them. She was squirreling things away. For the trip." He looked at Eldridge. "She was stealing from me while she sat at my table," Pym said. "She was eating my food and packing a bag to leave with a bandit. Grifters don't have a conscience, Arthur. They have a ledger. You were just a column of numbers." "I'm going to balance it," Pym said. He pulled the tintype from his pocket. The picture of Lola. The one he had held up to the moon. The one he had worshipped. He held it in his left hand. He didn't look at the face. He looked at the metal plate. "It's tin," Pym said. "Cheap." He didn't throw it away. He didn't tear it. He simply opened his fingers and let it drop. The picture fluttered down into the dark canyon. It didn't make a sound when it hit the rocks below. "That cost me 50 cents, Pym said. "Price of education." They kept climbing. The trail leveled out onto a high saddle between 2 peaks. The wind howled here, stripping the heat from the rocks. Eldridge pulled up. He saw a shape in the path. It was a horse. The bay. The one the big man, Dando, had been riding. It was standing head down, its reins trailing on the ground. It was lamed, favoring the left foreleg. "They swapped out," Eldridge said. "Or they're walking." He dismounted. He checked the horse. The leg was swollen, heat radiating from the cannon bone. "Foundered," Eldridge said. "They pushed it too hard on the climb." He looked at the saddle. It was empty. The saddlebags were gone. Pym rode up on the mule. He looked at the bay. "Is that his?" Pym asked. "It's the one Dando was riding. The one he threw her over." Pym stared at the horse. He didn't look at the animal. He looked at the saddle leather. He reached out and touched the pommel. "She touched this," Pym said. "She rode it." Pym drew the Schofield. He didn't do it fast. He did it deliberate. He pulled the gun, cocked the hammer, and leveled it at the horse's head. "Arthur," Eldridge said. "Don't." "It's his horse," Pym said. "It carried him. It carried her. It's a dumb animal that got ridden into the ground. Save the bullet." Pym didn't lower the gun. His finger tightened on the trigger. He wanted to kill something. He wanted to see something fall down and not get up. He wanted to practice. "Arthur," Eldridge said, his voice hard. "You shoot that horse the noise carries for 5 miles. You want Dando to know exactly where we are. You want him waiting behind a rock with a Winchester?" Pym hesitated. The logic fought through the rage. He lowered the hammer. He lowered the gun. "He left it," Pym said. "He just left it. Like trash. He's done with it. It served its purpose." Pym looked at the horse, then at Eldridge. "That's what he thinks I am," Pym said. "Trash. Something you use up and leave in the road. Prove him wrong." "I will." Pym shoved the gun back into his belt. "Is he walking?" Eldridge checked the ground. "No," Eldridge said. "He's riding the pack horse. The roan is carrying double. Or maybe Lola is walking." "She's walking," Pym said. "She has small feet. Those boots I bought her, they pinch. She complains about them." He smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile of a man who knew a secret. "She's hurting," Pym said. "Good." Eldridge mounted the sorrel. He looked at the shopkeeper. Pym had turned. He wasn't the man who had pleaded for a posse. He wasn't the man who had cried over a letter. He was hardening, like wet clay left in the sun. He was becoming brittle, sharp, and dangerous. "Let's go," Eldridge said. "The mine is close." "Latumba," Pym said. "The tomb." He kicked the mule. He didn't look at the bay horse again. He rode past it, his eyes fixed on the high peaks, his hand resting on the gun, ready to close the account. Chapter 19. The trail didn't end, it just gave up. It dissolved into a field of scree, loose sharp plates of rock that slid under the hooves with the sound of breaking china. The sorrel horse didn't like it. It pinned its ears, testing the footing with a hesitant hoof, blowing hard in the thin air. Eldridge Sample patted the animal's neck. The sweat on the hide was cold, freezing as soon as the wind hit it. "Walk on," Eldridge said. They were above the tree line now. The stunted junipers had vanished 500 feet back, leaving nothing but naked granite and the black sky. The stars looked close enough to snag on a hat brim. Pym rode the mule right on the sorrel's heels. He wasn't looking at the view. He was looking at the ground, watching for the signs Eldridge had pointed out. "Scuff marks," Pym said. His voice was flat, carrying over the wind. "Iron striking stone. They slipped here." "They're heavy," Eldridge said. "Carrying double on the roan. Carrying packs. And they're tired. Tired men get careless." Eldridge stopped. He let the sorrel breathe. He looked up at the silhouette of the peak looming ahead. It was a jagged tooth, blacker than the night. "Latumba," Eldridge said. Pym pulled up beside him. He stared at the mountain. "Why do they call it that?" "Because silver mines are just graves you dig before you die," Eldridge said. This one, the vein ran deep. But the rock was bad. Soft. Used to collapse on the shifts. They say there are 20 men still inside, buried under 1,000 tons of mountain. "Ghosts," Pym said. "Just bones, Arthur. Bones and silver." They pushed on. The wind picked up, howling through the gaps in the rock. It pushed against them, trying to shove them off the ledge. Eldridge found a cigarette butt lodged in a crevice. He picked it up. He smelled it. Dando, Eldridge said. 10 minutes ahead. He stopped to look back. Did he see us? If he did, he didn't care. He thinks we're just shadows. Or maybe he thinks we stopped when the trail got bad. He doesn't know me, Pim said. He touched the gun in his belt. He thinks I'm still selling flour. They rounded a shoulder of the mountain. The wind died down, blocked by the mass of rock. The smell hit them first. It wasn't the clean smell of the high country. It was the smell of rotten eggs and old iron. Sulfur. And something sweeter, heavier. Mercury. The ghosts of the processing chemicals used to leach the silver out of the ore. We're here, Eldridge whispered. He dismounted. The boots that had tortured him in the desert felt numb now, the cold seeping through the leather. Get down, Arthur. We walk the last mile. Sound carries up here. Pim slid off the mule. He landed solid. He didn't stumble. He handed the reins to Eldridge. I'll take the lead, Eldridge said. You watch the skyline. If you see a shape that isn't a rock, you tell me. You don't shoot. I know. They walked. The sorrel and the mule followed, heads low, tired but obedient. The path widened. It turned into a wagon road, cut into the side of the mountain decades ago, now washed out and rutted. They came around a final bend. The mine of Latumba sat in a bowl of rock near the summit. It looked like a skeleton picked clean by vultures. The headframe, the giant wooden tower that lowered the cages into the shaft, stood against the stars, its timbers bleached white and leaning drunkenly to the west. At its feet lay a sprawl of ruined buildings, a crusher house with the roof caved in, a blacksmith shed, and a few shacks where the miners had lived. A massive pile of tailings, gray waste rock, spilled down the mountainside like a glacier of gravel. There, Eldridge said softly. He pointed to the main shaft building. A light. It wasn't a lantern. It was the flicker of a fire, deep inside the structure, casting dancing shadows against the broken walls. Smoke, Pim said. I smell the wood. They're camping inside, Eldridge said. Out of the wind. He scanned the perimeter. He looked for a sentry. He looked for horses. He saw the horses first. They were tied in the shelter of the crusher house, 3 dark shapes huddled together for warmth. No guard, Eldridge noted. They're arrogant. Or they're drunk. Or they think nobody can climb this high at night, Pim said. Maybe. Eldridge looked at the terrain. The approach was open ground, 100 yards of bare rock and mining debris. Rusty iron gears, broken ore carts, lengths of cable snaking through the dirt. It was an obstacle course of noise. One kick of a tin can, and the game was over. We leave the animals here, Eldridge said. He tied the sorrel to a sturdy piece of iron pipe sticking out of the ground. Pim tied the mule. He checked the load in the Schofield. He spun the cylinder, finding the empty chamber under the hammer, then clicked it one past to a live round. Arthur, Eldridge said. Pim looked at him. His face was a pale oval in the dark, his eyes black holes. We scout, Eldridge said. We look. We listen. We don't go in shooting. I want to see them, Pim said. I want to see her. You will. But from the dark. You understand? Pim nodded. I understand. Stay behind me. Step where I step. Eldridge moved out. He crouched low, weaving through the junk. He stepped over a coil of wire. He moved around a rusted boiler that looked like a sleeping dinosaur. He stopped at a pile of timbers 20 yards from the main building. He waited. He heard a voice. A man's laugh. Loud. Booming. It was the big man, Frank Dando. Then another voice. Lighter. A woman's voice. She wasn't screaming. She wasn't crying. She was singing. It was a low, humming tune, drifting out of the ruins. It sounded happy. Eldridge felt Pym stiffen beside him. He put a hand on Pym's shoulder, holding him down. Easy, Eldridge whispered. That's beautiful, dreamer, Pym said. His voice was ice. She's singing my song. She's singing a song, Arthur. Don't make it a hymn. Eldridge looked at the firelight, flickering in the windowless gap of the wall. They were right there, just inside. Chapter 20. The singing stopped, replaced by the clink of glass on glass and the low murmur of voices that didn't think they needed to whisper. Eldridge Sample crouched behind the pile of rot-softened mine timbers. The smell of the place was stronger here, a mix of ancient rock dust and the sharp ammonia stink of bat guano drifting from the open mouth of the shaft house. He looked at Arthur Pym. The shopkeeper was pressed into the dirt, his eyes wide, reflecting the faint starlight. He was holding the Schofield with both hands, the barrel pointed at the gap in the timbers. He wasn't shaking anymore. He was vibrating, like a wire pulled until it hummed. Stay, Eldridge whispered. The word was barely a breath. Pym looked at him. He didn't nod. He just tightened his grip on the gun. I mean it, Arthur. You move, you make noise. You make noise, we die in the dark. I won't move, Pym said. His voice was a ghost. Eldridge didn't trust him. He trusted the hate he saw in Pym's eyes, but hate makes men clumsy. He put a hand on Pym's shoulder, pressing him down. Give me 10 minutes. I need to count them. I need to see the room. Eldridge slipped away from the timbers. He didn't go straight for the light. He circled left, moving into the deeper shadows of the Crusher house. The ground was treacherous. Decades of abandonment had turned the mine yard into a field of iron caltrops, rusted spikes, coils of wire, broken gears half buried in the shale. Eldridge moved with a high-stepping, rolling gait, placing the outside edge of his boot first to test for loose gravel. He reached the wall of the main building. It was board and batten, warped by 50 winters of wind. The gaps between the planks were wide enough to stick a finger through. He didn't look yet. He listened. Pass the bottle, Frank, a voice said. It was the wiry man. Jesse Dando. I'm dry as a bone. You're always dry, a deeper voice answered. Frank. Save some for the lady. She did the work. I don't want whiskey, a woman's voice said. It was clear, amused. I want champagne. You promised me champagne in San Francisco. We gotta get there first, sweetheart. Eldridge moved along the wall. He needed a view. He needed to know where the rifles were leaning. He needed to know if there was a back door. He circled the rear of the structure. The mountain rose steep behind it, a sheer face of granite that blocked any exit to the north. They had backed themselves into a corner, confident that no one would come up the front door. He found a window frame where the glass was long gone. It was high up, covered by a piece of canvas flapping in the wind. He looked for a way up. A stack of crates stood against the wall. They looked rotten, but they held. Eldridge tested his weight. He climbed, slow and silent. He reached the window. He pulled the canvas back an inch. He looked down into the camp. It was a large room, the floor made of heavy planking that covered the main shaft. In the center, they had built a fire on a piece of sheet iron to keep from burning the floor. The smoke drifted up toward the high, vaulted ceiling, disappearing into the dark where the bats roosted. He saw them. Frank Dando was sitting on a crate, his boots stretched out toward the fire. He was big, wearing a duster that was open to reveal a pair of Colts stuck in a red sash. He looked like a bear that had learned to use a gun. Jesse Dando was pacing. He was smaller, nervous, chewing on a toothpick. He had a Winchester leaning against a pillar within arm's reach. And there was a third man, a Mexican gunman, sitting in the shadows near the door, polishing a knife. A hired gun. 3, Eldridge counted. Plus the dead sniper makes 4. And Lola. She wasn't in the view yet. He could hear the rustle of her skirts, but she was out of his angle somewhere to the left. Eldridge lowered the canvas. He climbed down. He had the layout. 3 gunmen. 1 entry point. The big double doors at the front where the ore carts used to roll out. The back was solid rock. The windows were too high to shoot out of effectively without a ladder. It was a kill box. He moved back toward the timbers. He moved fast now, sliding through the shadows. He reached the spot where he had left Pim. Pim was gone. Eldridge froze. He scanned the dark. "Damn it, Arthur," he whispered. He looked toward the main building. Pim was there. He hadn't stayed put. He had crawled. He was on his belly, worming his way through the junk, heading for a gap in the wall near the front doors. He was 10 yards from the entrance. Eldridge swore silently. Pim was going to get himself killed. He was going to try to be a hero, or a ghost, and he was going to ruin the element of surprise. Eldridge moved. He abandoned stealth for speed, sprinting low across the open ground. He reached Pim just as the shopkeeper was trying to push himself up to look through a crack in the siding. Eldridge grabbed Pim's ankle. Pim flinched violently, almost crying out. He spun, bringing the Schofield around. Eldridge caught the gun hand. He slammed Pim's wrist into the dirt, pinning it. He put his other hand over Pim's mouth. They lay there in the dust, nose to nose. Pim's eyes were wild, white-rimmed in the dark. He struggled, bucking his hips. "Stop," Eldridge hissed into his ear. "Stop or I break your arm." Pim went still. He was breathing hard through his nose, his chest heaving against the ground. Eldridge eased his hand off Pim's mouth. He kept his grip on the gun wrist. "I told you to wait," Eldridge said. "I have to see," Pim whispered. His voice was a jagged tear. "I have to know." "You'll know when the shooting starts." "No. I need to see her face. Before." Eldridge looked at the gap in the wall. It was low, near the foundation. A rotted plank had fallen away, leaving a hole 6 inches wide. Light from the fire spilled out, painting a yellow stripe on the gravel. "You look," Eldridge said. "You look, and then we pull back. You make a sound, Arthur, just one sound, and I will knock you cold and drag you down this mountain." Pim nodded. Eldridge let go of his wrist. Pim crawled to the gap. He moved, like a man approaching an executioner's block. He put his face to the hole. Eldridge moved beside him. He looked through a higher crack. The angle was different here. He could see the fire. He could see Frank Dando. And now he could see her. Lola Pim. She wasn't tied up. She wasn't cowering in a corner. She wasn't wearing the torn nightgown anymore. She was wearing traveling clothes, a split riding skirt and a white blouse that looked clean. She had a bottle of wine in her hand. Not whiskey. Wine. Probably stolen from Pim's own cellar. She was walking around the fire. She moved with a grace that didn't belong in a mine shaft. She stopped behind Frank Dando. She put a hand on his shoulder. "You worry too much, Jesse," Lola said. Her voice drifted through the wall, clear and bright. "The little man isn't coming. He's probably still crying in the street." Pim stiffened. He gasped, a sharp intake of air that sounded like a knife hit. Eldridge put a hand on Pim's back, steadying him. Inside, Frank Dando laughed. He reached up and covered Lola's hand with his own massive paw. "He might come," Frank said. "He's stubborn. Sold me a bad sack of flour once. Chased me down for 2 bits. "He's not stubborn," Lola said. She tilted her head, drinking from the bottle. "He's pathetic. He thinks he bought me. Men like that, they don't fight. They just tally the loss and move on." She walked around to the front of Frank. She sat down. She didn't sit on a crate. She sat on his lap. She settled in, putting her arm around the bandit's neck. She leaned her head against his chest. "Besides," Lola said, smiling at the fire, "we have his money. We have his horses. And we're going to San Francisco." Pim watched. He didn't look away. He stared at the woman sitting on the bandit's lap. He watched her fingers play with the concho on Dando's vest. He watched her drink the wine he had paid for. The last illusion broke. It didn't shatter. It just dissolved, leaving nothing but the cold, hard rock of the truth. "San Francisco," Pim whispered. Eldridge pulled on Pim's coat. "Back. Now." Pim didn't resist. He crawled backward, away from the wall, away from the light. They moved back to the pile of timbers. Pim sat up. He leaned against the wood. He put the Schofield in his lap. He looked at his hands. "She called me the little man," Pim said. "She's a grifter, Arthur. It's a script." She sat on his lap. "I saw." Pim picked up the gun. He checked the cylinder. He spun it. Click, click, click. He looked at Eldridge. His face was calm. It was the calm of a man who has decided to burn the ledger. "There are 4 of them," Pim said. 3 men. And her. "The Mexican by the door makes 4 gunmen," Eldridge corrected. "Lola makes 5 targets." "She's not a target," Pim said. Eldridge looked at him. "Arthur." "She's the prize," Pim said. "I want her to see me. I want her to know who ended it." He stood up. He wasn't the shopkeeper anymore. He was the man who had climbed the mountain. "How do we do this?" Pim asked. Eldridge stood. He checked his Winchester. "We don't go in the front," Eldridge said. "That's a funnel. We make them come out." "How?" "We make noise," Eldridge said. "We make them think the whole town of Oho Seikos grew a spine and rode up here." He looked at the crusher house. It was full of loose iron. "You get over there," Eldridge said, pointing to the crusher. "You start throwing things. Metal on metal. Scream. Holler. Make them look left. And you." "I'll be on the right," Eldridge said. "When they step out the door. I'll introduce myself." Pim nodded. He gripped the Schofield. "Let's clean them out," Pim said. He turned and moved toward the crusher house, moving silent and deadly into the dark. Chapter 21. The silence stretched tight across the mine yard, held in place by the dark granite walls and the indifference of the stars. Eldridge Sample settled behind a rusted ore cart, his knee pressing into the gravel. He rested the barrel of the Winchester on the iron rim. He had a clean line of sight to the double doors of the shaft house. He waited. He looked toward the crusher house. It was a looming, skeletal shadow 50 yards to his left. Arthur Pym was in there, moving through the dark like a man looking for a weapon. Eldridge checked the wind. Still blowing down from the peaks, cold and thin. It would carry the sound. "Do it, Arthur," Eldridge whispered. A second later, metal screamed. It wasn't a tentative sound. Pym had found a heavy iron gear, maybe 20 pounds, and he had thrown it against the corrugated tin wall of the crusher shed. Clang crash. The sound was violent, discordant, echoing off the canyon walls like a gunshot inside a church bell. Then Pim yelled, "Hey! You in there! Come out!" It wasn't the roar of a warrior. It was the high, cracking shout of a shopkeeper who had reached the end of his inventory. Inside the main building, the laughter stopped. The firelight flickering in the cracks of the wall seemed to freeze. Eldridge tightened his grip on the rifle. The double doors of the shaft house didn't burst open. They eased apart. The Mexican gunman slipped out first. He moved low, sliding into the shadows to the right of the door. He had a pistol in his hand, held close to his leg. He scanned the yard, looking for the source of the noise. He didn't see Eldridge. He looked toward the crusher. Then Frank Dando stepped out. He was huge, filling the doorway. He didn't crouch. He stood tall, the firelight backlighting his duster. He had a bottle of wine in one hand and a Colt in the other. He looked annoyed, like a man interrupted during a good meal. "Who's out there?" Dando bellowed. His voice was deep, gravel rolling in a drum. "Is that you, Sheriff? Did you find your balls?" "It's not the sheriff," Pim yelled from the darkness of the crusher. "It's the man who paid for the wine." Dando paused. He cocked his head. A slow grin spread across his face, visible even in the dim light. "Arthur," Dando laughed. "Little Arthur, Pim. You rode a mule all the way up here." Jesse Dando came to the door, peering over his brother's shoulder. He was holding a rifle, looking nervous. "Frank, he ain't alone. Pim, don't make that much noise." "He's alone," Frank said. "He's making noise because he's scared." Frank stepped onto the packed dirt of the yard. He took a drink from the bottle. "Come on out, Arthur," Frank shouted. "Come show us your bruises. Lola was just asking about you. Weren't you, darling?" He turned back to the door. Lola Pim stepped out. She walked into the firelight like she was stepping onto a stage. She was wearing the riding skirt and the white blouse, her hair loose around her shoulders. She held a glass of wine. She didn't look scared. She didn't look like a hostage. She looked bored. She stood next to Frank Dando. She rested her hand on his arm, possessive and casual. "Is he really here?" Lola asked. Her voice carried, clear and sharp. "He's in the crusher," Frank said. "Throwing junk." Arthur Pim stepped out of the shadows. He walked into the open ground between the crusher and the shaft house. He stopped 20 yards from them. He stood with his feet apart, the Schofield pistol hanging heavy in his right hand. The moonlight caught him. It showed the checkered shirt, the dust, the swollen blackened eye. "Lola," Pim said. It wasn't a question. It was an accusation. Lola looked at him. She didn't flinch. She didn't cover her mouth in shock. She took a sip of wine. "Hello, Arthur," she said. You're drinking," Pim said. His voice was hollow. "It's a long ride," Lola said. "I got thirsty." "I came for you," Pim said. "I rode through the desert. I killed a man." It was a lie, mostly. Eldridge had killed the sniper. But Pim was owning it. He wanted to be dangerous. Frank Dando laughed. "You killed a man." "Which one?" "The one you bored to death, talking about flower prices." "I came to take you home," Pim said to Lola, ignoring Frank. I thought they forced you." Lola sighed. It was a sound of supreme irritation. She handed the wine glass to Frank. She stepped forward, away from the protection of the bandit. "Go home, Arthur," she said. Lola. Go home, she repeated. Go back to your store. Go back to your sweepers and your inventory lists. You don't belong up here. You wrote a letter, Pim said. He reached into his pocket with his free hand. He pulled out the crumpled square of paper. To him. Lola stopped. Her eyes narrowed. You found Gabby. I found a dead man with my shirt on. Gabby was slow, Frank Dando said. He always was. He kept the letter, Pim said. Did you know that, Lola? He kept your love letter. Lola shrugged. Gabby was sentimental. Unlike you, Arthur. I gave you everything, Pim whispered. You gave me a cage, Lola said. Her voice got hard. A dusty, hot cage in the middle of nowhere. You bought a wife, Arthur. You didn't want a woman. You wanted a fixture. Something to dust off and show the miners. I loved you. You loved the receipt, Lola said. You loved telling people you sent to New Orleans for me. Like I was a piece of furniture. She looked at Frank Dando. She smiled. It was a real smile, not the painted one she wore in the tintype. Frank doesn't want a fixture, she said. He wants a partner. He's a thief, Pim said. So am I, Lola said. The admission hung in the air, cold and final. Pim raised the Schofield. His hand was shaking, but the barrel pointed at the group by the door. The money, Pim said. The gold under the floor. Give it back. Frank Dando dropped the wine bottle. It didn't break in the dirt. His hand hovered over his Colt. You gonna shoot us, Arthur? Frank asked softly. All of us. With one gun. I want my gold, Pim said. And I want you to know. Know what? Lola asked. That I'm not a receipt, Pim said. And I'm not a fixture. He cocked the hammer. Click. The Mexican gunman in the shadows shifted. Eldridge saw the glint of the pistol barrel, turning toward Pim. Eldridge lined up his sights on the Mexican. Not yet, Arthur, Eldridge whispered to himself. Don't pull it yet. Let them talk. Let them dig the hole deeper. But the talking was over. The reunion was finished. Pim had seen what he needed to see. He had looked into the face of his wife and seen a stranger laughing at him. You're pathetic, Lola said. Pim's finger tightened on the trigger. Chapter 22. The hammer of the Schofield was back. The cylinder was locked. The barrel was pointed at Frank Dando's chest. But Arthur Pim didn't pull the trigger. His finger was white against the steel, trembling with a vibration that started in his boots and ended at the muzzle. He wanted to shoot. He wanted to turn the big man into smoke and noise. But the shopkeeper in him, the man who double-checked ledgers and worried about inventory, needed to understand the transaction first. Pathetic, Lola repeated. She took the wineglass back from Dando. She took a sip, her eyes over the rim fixed on Pim. You look like a boy, trying to hold up a bank with a stick. I'm holding a .45, Pim said. His voice was thin, reedy. Holding it isn't using it, Frank Dando said. He didn't raise his hands. He rested his thumbs in his gun belt, near the sash. You ever kill a man, Arthur? It's messy. It ruins the shirt. Give me the money, Pim said. And tell me it was him. He nodded at Dando. Tell me he made you write the letters. Lola laughed. It was a bright, genuine sound, like a bell ringing in the mine yard. He didn't make me do anything, Lola said. Frank can't spell. He thinks love has 4 letters, but he usually gets 2 of them wrong. She walked closer to Pim. She stopped 5 feet away, right in front of the gun. She wasn't afraid. She was looking at him like he was a suit that didn't fit. "I wrote the letters, Arthur. Every word. My dearest Arthur. My lonely heart. It's a script. I've written it 10 times. Pym lowered the gun an inch. 10 times? New Orleans. St. Louis. Galveston. She ticked them off on her fingers. There's always a man like you. A man with a little gold, and a lot of empty space in his house. You broadcast it. You put ads in the paper, begging to be robbed. I wanted a wife. You wanted a bargain, Lola said. You wanted something pretty to put on the shelf next to the canned peaches. You sent $200. That's cheap, Arthur. That's the discount rack. It was an investment, Pym whispered, the word tasting like ash. It was a down payment, Frank Dando said. He grinned. On the rest of your safe. We don't rob banks anymore, Arthur. Banks have guards. They have vaults. Men like you send us a ticket. You open the door. You show us where the money is, before we even draw a gun. Eldridge Sample lay behind the ore cart, his cheek pressed against the cold iron. He kept his sights on the Mexican gunman in the shadows. The gunman hadn't moved. He was watching Pym, waiting for Dando's signal or Pym's mistake. Eldridge listened. It was a professional operation. Cold. Efficient. They used the woman as the hook, the mail service as the line, and the husband's loneliness as the sinker. We have a schedule, Lola said. She brushed a speck of dust from her riding skirt. We were supposed to be in El Paso by now. But Frank wanted to rest the horses. And I wanted to see the mountains. El Paso, Pym said. There's a rancher there, Lola said. Big spread. Lost his wife last winter. He put an ad in the Gazette. Christian woman desired. She smiled. I'm very Christian, Arthur. On paper. You're going to do it again, Pym said. The realization hit him harder than the shotgun stock had. You're going to marry him. I'm going to wear a dress, Lola said. I'm going to pour his coffee. I'm going to find out where he keeps the cattle money. And then Frank and Jesse will come visit. And you'll leave him tied to a chair, Pym said. Bleeding. If he's lucky, Frank said. If he's quiet. Jesse Dando spoke up from the doorway. He was cleaning his fingernails with a knife. This one was loud, Frank. He screamed like a pig. He's quiet now, Frank said. Pym looked at them. He looked at the trio of predators standing in the firelight. They weren't bandits running from the law. They were a business. They had a system. And he was just a line item they were trying to cross out. I loved you, Pym said to Lola. It wasn't a plea anymore. It was a confession of stupidity. You didn't know me, Lola said. You loved the idea. You loved the lace. You loved the fact that I didn't smell like mule sweat and corn whiskey. She took another step. The barrel of the Schofield was 2 feet from her chest. Shoot me, Arthur, Lola said softly. Go ahead. Prove you're a man. Pull the trigger. Pym stared at her. His hand shook. You can't, she said. Because you're weak. You're a shopkeeper. You sell things. You don't take things. She reached out. She put her hand on the barrel of the gun. She pushed it down. Go home, she said. Take your mule. Go back to your broken window. We'll keep the gold. Call it a severance package. Frank Dando chuckled. Let him go, Lola. He's funny. Pym let the gun be pushed down. He looked at the ground. He looked defeated. Eldridge tightened his finger on the trigger of the Winchester. He saw the Mexican gunman relax, shifting his weight, thinking the show was over. Pim looked up. His eyes were dry. The shopkeeper was gone. "I'm not going home," Pim said. "What?" Lola asked, bored. "I'm not going home," Pim repeated. "And you're not going to El Paso?" He didn't raise the gun back to her chest. He stepped back. He raised it toward Frank Dando. "The letter," Pim said. "The one you wrote. You said, 'We'll clean him out.'" "We did," Frank said. "Not all of it," Pim said. "You missed something." "What's that?" "My pride," Pim said. He pulled the hammer back. Click. The sound was small, but in the silence of the mine yard, it was a thunderclap. "Kill him," Lola screamed, diving to the side. The Mexican gunman in the shadows raised his pistol. Eldridge Sample fired. Chapter 23. The muzzle flash from behind the ore cart was a white spike in the dark, and the sound of the Winchester was the crack of a whip aimed at the world. The Mexican gunman in the shadows didn't fire. He spun, his pistol flying into the dust, and hit the wall of the shaft house with a wet thud. He slid down, leaving a smear of red on the gray wood. He sat there, looking surprised, his hand pressing against a hole in his chest that wasn't going to close. Silence, held for a heartbeat. Just long enough for the brass casing from Eldridge's rifle to hit the ground. Ting. Then the mine yard tore open. "Sniper!" Jesse Dando screamed. He dove behind a stack of cribbing timbers, his Winchester clattering against the wood. Frank Dando didn't dive. He moved with a speed that belied his size. He grabbed Lola by the arm, jerking her off her feet, and swung her behind the heavy doorframe of the shaft house. He brought his Colt up, firing blindly into the darkness where the flash had come from. Bang! Bang! The bullets whined off the ore cart, inches from Eldridge's head. Rust and iron splinters sprayed his face. Eldridge didn't flinch. He worked the lever. Clack clack. Arthur Pym was still standing in the open. He stood in the center of the firelight, the Schofield heavy in his hand, the hammer still cocked. He looked at the dead gunman. He looked at the empty space where Lola had been. He looked confused, like a man who had dropped a glass and was watching it break in slow motion. "Get down, Arthur," Eldridge roared. Pym didn't move. He took a step forward. "She ran," Pym said. His voice was calm, conversational in the middle of the gunfire. "She ran with him." "Move." Eldridge fired around at the doorframe to keep Dando's head down. "They're going to cut you down." Jesse Dando popped up from behind the timbers. He saw Pym standing there, a perfect silhouette against the moon. He raised his rifle. "I got him, Frank," Jesse yelled. Eldridge shifted his aim. He didn't have a clean shot at Jesse. The angle was bad. He shot the timber right in front of Jess's face. The wood exploded, sending splinters into Jess's eyes. Jesse howled, dropping back down, rubbing his face. "My eyes. I can't see." Pym turned his head. He looked at Jesse. He raised the Schofield. He didn't fire wild. He extended his arm, locked his elbow, and aimed. He pulled the trigger. Boom. The heavy .45 slug hit the timber pile. It punched through the rotten wood. Jesse yelped again, scrambling backward on his hands and knees, trying to find deeper cover. "You like that?" Pym yelled. "You like the noise?" He cocked the hammer again. He walked toward the shaft house. He wasn't running for cover. He was advancing. "Arthur, you damn fool!" Eldridge scrambled out from behind the ore cart. He couldn't stay static. He had to draw fire. He sprinted to the left, toward the crusher house, diving behind a rusted boiler. Bullets chased him, kicking up spurts of gravel at his heels. Frank Dando was firing from the doorway, tracking him. "Stay still, Marshal," Frank shouted. "Let me put one in your ear." Eldridge hit the dirt behind the boiler. He was breathing hard. He checked the yard. Pim was still walking. He was 20 feet from the door now. "Come out, Frank," Pim called. "Bring the wine. Bring the receipt." "He's crazy," Lola's voice drifted out from the dark interior. It sounded high, tight. "Shoot him, Frank. He's right there." "I'm trying," Frank snapped. The marshals flanking. Frank fired 2 shots at Pim. He rushed them. One hit the dirt at Pim's feet. The other tugged at the sleeve of his checkered shirt. Pim didn't flinch. He fired back. His shot hit the doorframe, sending chips of wood into the room. "I'm not a receipt," Pim screamed. He started running. He ran straight at the open doors of the shaft house. He ran right into the teeth of the gun. "He's charging," Frank yelled, sounding genuinely shocked. Eldridge saw it. He saw the suicide run. He broke cover. He stood up behind the boiler, exposing himself to get the angle. He saw Frank Dando step out to finish Pim. Frank leveled his Colt. Eldridge fired. He aimed for the center of mass, but Dando was moving. The bullet hit Dando in the hip. The big man grunted, his leg buckling. His shot went wide, hitting the ground 3 feet to Pim's left. Dando stumbled back inside, dragging his leg. Pim reached the door. He didn't stop. He ran inside, into the dark, into the building with the bandits. "No," Eldridge whispered. The inside of the shaft house erupted. Muzzle flashes lit up the windows like lightning in a bottle. Shouts. Screams. The heavy boom of the Schofield, answering the crack of the Colts. Eldridge ran. He sprinted across the open yard, boots pounding the gravel. He passed the dead Mexican gunman. He hurdled a pile of trash. He hit the wall by the doorframe. He pressed himself against the wood, listening. Inside, the shooting had stopped. There was a silence. Heavy. Breathing. "Arthur," Eldridge called. "I'm here," Pim's voice said. It was coming from the center of the room. "I'm still here." "You hit?" "I don't think so." Eldridge spun around the doorframe, rifle ready. The fire in the center of the room was still burning, casting long, dancing shadows. Pim was standing by the fire. He was holding his gun on them. Frank Dando was on the floor, leaning against a support beam. He was holding his hip, blood leaking between his fingers. His gun was on the floor, out of reach. Jesse Dando was huddled in the corner, wiping his eyes, his rifle forgotten. And Lola. Lola was standing behind Frank. She held a small silver pistol, the one the peddler had talked about. She had it pointed at Pim. "Put it down, Arthur," Lola said. Her hand was shaking. "Put it down, or I swear I'll kill you." Pim looked at her. He looked at the gun. "You missed the bottles," Pim said. "Remember?" The peddler said, "You were a bad shot." "I'm close enough," Lola hissed. Eldridge stepped into the light. He kept his rifle trained on Lola. "Drop it, Mrs. Pim," Eldridge said. Lola's eyes darted to Eldridge. She saw the Winchester. She saw the end of the line. She didn't drop it. She looked back at Pim. "You ruined it," she whispered. "You ruin everything. You're small. You're boring. You smell like flour." "I know," Pim said. He looked at her. He didn't look at the gun. He looked at her face. He was looking for the woman in the tintype. He was looking for the lie. "I came for my wife," Pim said softly. "I'm not your wife," Lola said. "I'm the bill." She tightened her finger on the trigger. Pim moved. It wasn't a hero's move. It was a reflex of pure, heartbroken rage. He fired. Chapter 24. Arthur Pym pulled the trigger. The Schofield kicked in his hand, a heavy, familiar shove against his palm. The shot was deafening in the enclosed space of the shaft house, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding everyone. He didn't hit Lola. He didn't aim at her. The bullet struck Frank Dando in the chest. Frank looked surprised. He looked down at the dark hole blossoming on his shirt, right below the concho. He dropped the wine glass he was holding. It shattered on the floor, red wine spraying across his boots like blood. "You shot me," Frank said. His voice was a wheeze. "I missed the first time," Pim said. "I corrected my aim." Frank staggered back, his hand fumbling for his own gun, but the strength was gone. He hit the wall and slid down, his eyes wide, staring at the little shopkeeper who had finally decided to fight back. Lola screamed. It wasn't a scream of fear. It was a scream of rage. She turned the silver pistol toward Pim. "No!" Eldridge Sample yelled. He stepped out from the doorframe, bringing his Winchester up. But Pim was faster. Or maybe he just didn't care anymore. He didn't hesitate. He didn't flinch. He thumbed the hammer back and fired again. Boom! The shot hit Lola in the stomach. She doubled over, dropping the pistol. She fell to her knees, clutching her midsection. Her face went white. She looked up at Pim, her eyes wide with shock. "Arthur," she whispered. Pim didn't lower the gun. He stood there, the smoke curling from the barrel, looking at the woman he had loved, the woman who had played him for a fool. "You shouldn't have laughed," Pim said. Jesse Dando, in the corner, let out a howl of fury. He scrambled for his rifle, bringing it up blindly. Eldridge fired. His shot took Jesse in the shoulder, spinning him around. Jesse dropped the rifle and fell against a crate, clutching his arm. The room went silent. Frank Dando was dead. The Mexican gunman outside was dead. Jesse was wounded and out of the fight. And Lola was dying. She lay on the floor, her breathing ragged. The blood was spreading across her white blouse, a dark, ugly stain. Pim walked over to her. He stood over her, looking down. "Arthur," she gasped. "Help me." Pim looked at her. He looked at the blood. He looked at the face that had smiled at him from the tintype. "You wanted to be clean," Pim said. "You wanted to be rich." I loved you," she lied. Even now, at the end, she was trying to run the con. Pim shook his head. "No. You loved the receipt." He turned away. He walked to the fire. He picked up the bottle of wine Frank had dropped. It was broken, but there was still a little left in the bottom. He poured it onto the fire. The flames hissed and died. "It's over," Pim said. Eldridge walked into the room. He checked Jesse, kicking the rifle away. He looked at Frank's body. He looked at Lola. She was fading fast. Her eyes were losing focus. She looked at Eldridge. He shot me," she whispered. "You pulled a gun," Eldridge said. "It wasn't loaded," she said. Eldridge looked at the silver pistol on the floor. He picked it up. He checked the cylinder. Empty. It was a prop. A threat. She had been bluffing. He looked at Pim. Pim was staring into the dying embers of the fire. "She was bluffing, Arthur," Eldridge said. Pim didn't turn around. "Doesn't matter." She made her choice. Lola let out a long, shuddering breath. Her hand relaxed. She was gone. Eldridge stood there, in the silence of the mine. The smell of powder and blood was thick in the air. "We need to go," Eldridge said. "Go where?" Pim asked. "Back. To Oho Seikos." Pim laughed. It was a dry, hollow sound. "I can't go back," Pim said. "I killed my wife." "You killed a bandit," Eldridge said. "It was self-defense." "Was it?" Pim turned. He looked at Lola's body. He looked at the gun in his hand. "I don't think so. I think it was foreclosure." He walked to the door. He looked out at the night. The wind was howling through the canyon, cold and lonely. "I'm staying," Pim said. "Staying?" "There's gold here," Pim said. "In the safe. Dando said so." "My gold." "Take it and let's ride." "No." Pim shook his head. "I'm going to bury her. Here. In the mine. It's called the tomb, isn't it? It fits." "Arthur." "Go, Marshal," Pim said. "You did your job. You got me here. Now, leave me alone." Eldridge looked at the man. The shopkeeper was gone. The victim was gone. What was left was something hard and broken, like a piece of quartz that had been smashed with a hammer. "You sure?" Eldridge asked. "I'm sure." Eldridge nodded. He walked to the door. He stopped and looked back. Pim was kneeling beside Lola's body. He wasn't crying. He was just arranging her dress, smoothing out the wrinkles. He looked like a man stocking a shelf. Eldridge walked out into the night. He untied the sorrel horse. He mounted up. He rode away from the mine, leaving Arthur Pym alone with his dead wife and his gold and the ghosts of the Chinati Mountains. Chapter 25. The switchback trail down from Latumba was a dark scratch on the face of the mountain, barely wide enough for the sorrel horse to place its hooves. Eldridge Sample rode loose in the saddle. He let the horse find the way, trusting the animal's night vision over his own. He didn't look back at the mine. He didn't look back at the faint glow of the fire inside the shaft house, where Arthur Pym was sitting vigil over a woman who had played him for a mark. The wind had died down. The silence of the high peaks was absolute, heavy with the cold weight of the stone. "Dead man ride," Eldridge whispered to the darkness. He wasn't talking about the bandits. He was talking about Pym. The shopkeeper had died up there, somewhere between the first shot and the last. The man who was left, the man arranging the dress and guarding the empty safe, was just a ghost haunting his own life. Eldridge touched the badge on his vest. It felt cold. He reached the saddle where they had found Dando's bay horse. The animal was still there, lying on its side now, done with suffering. It had stiffened in the cold, a dark mound in the moonlight. Eldridge rode past it. The descent was a long, slow unwind. The tension that had held his spine straight since Oho Seikos began to seep out, replaced by the deep, aching fatigue of the trail. His knee hurt. His eyes burned. He reached the tree line. The smell of pine resin was a relief after the sulfur stink of the mine. He stopped. He dismounted. He checked the sorrel. The horse was strong, but tired. It rubbed its head against his shoulder. "Almost there," Eldridge said. He looked through the trees at the basin floor far below. He could see the lights of Ojos Secos. A few yellow pinpricks in the vast blackness of the desert. The bucket of blood would still be pouring whiskey. The sheriff would be asleep in his office, dreaming of a quiet town. They didn't know. They didn't know that the Dando gang was gone, wiped out by a grocer and a drifter. They didn't know that Lola Pym wasn't coming home to sing in the parlor. Let them sleep, Eldridge said. He mounted up. He rode down out of the timber, hitting the scrub oak and the hardpan. The air got warmer, holding the memory of the day's heat. He reached the main road. He turned the sorrel east. He didn't ride into town. He skirted the edge, keeping to the shadows. He didn't want to explain it. He didn't want to tell the sheriff that he'd left a citizen alone in a mine with 3 bodies and a broken heart. He didn't want to see the broken glass in the street. He rode past the cemetery. He thought about the gold. Pim had offered it. He had spilled it on the floor. He had left it in the mine. It was just dust. Yellow dust that people died for. Pim had traded his soul for a wife, and then he had traded his innocence to get even. The ledger was balanced, but the cost was high. Eldridge patted the sorrel's neck. "We're done," he said. He turned his back on Ojos Secos. He turned his back on the Chinatis. The desert stretched out ahead of him, a silver ocean of sage and moonlight. The road went east, toward the Pecos, toward Texas, toward whatever was next. He wasn't a marshal. He wasn't a partner. He was just a man riding through the night, carrying a badge he hadn't asked for, and memories he couldn't sell. Eldridge Sample kicked the horse into a trot. He settled his hat low against the wind. He rode away, leaving the dead men to their silence and the living to their ghosts.